collaboration, and innovation. As we continue today's program, we kindly ask all guests to assist us in maintaining our venues by leaving the auditorium and all event spaces as clean as you found them. Please note that only water is permitted inside the auditorium and no food or other beverages are allowed in the auditorium. So just to give you a recap of day one highlighted the importance of collaboration between higher education institutions, industry, and government in advancing South Africa's innovation agenda. We witnessed the official showcasing of MICT's flagship ICT systems, the launch of CPUT MICT Research Chair, and insightful discussions around intellectual property, technology transfer, and commercialization pathways. A recurring message throughout the day was clear. Research should not be confined to academic spaces. It should translate into scalable solutions that create economic participation, job creation, and societal advancement. Allow me to introduce the first session for today, Research and Innovation with Commercialization Potential. Research has the power to solve real-world problems, but its true impact lies in its ability to move beyond theory into implementation, entrepreneurship, and societal transformation. This session brings together institutions that are leading innovative research with strong commercialization potential, demonstrating how universities can become drivers of economic growth, technological advancement, and future-ready innovation. Please join me in welcoming representatives from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, the University of Cape Town, Wits School of Digital Arts, Stadio Higher Education, Stellenbosch University, the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, Durban University of Technology, as well as Limpopo University. The University of KwaZulu-Natal's Research Chair.
Thank you very much. I was told to introduce myself. I'm Prof. Walingo from UKZN. I was also not told how long I'm going to stand here, so probably it's going to be the whole day. I've been not been told whether I'm going to do it for 2 minutes or for what. You didn't tell me that. Okay, but I will try to be as short as I can. It's just why we are here. To just put everything into context, we are a decision support system research chair. What we need to do is to develop apps, applications to process data to help decision makers. But because we are from the engineering background, we are also looking at the input of data as well. So we fall into the vision of the MICT. They give us bursaries and they've established a research chair. I won't go through that. But we just want to create a research career path for young-minded career researchers to develop them. So this is where we are. Develop apps to help management, computerized programs that support judgment in organizations. We also develop some in education, in language, and in the industry. So I'm here to answer the question, this is a research chair. What are you actually doing? So I'll present some of the projects that our students are doing. They fall in management, industry, transportation, smart agriculture, manufacturing, water. So I can't present everything. I'll just pick some of the projects that are going on. I just want to say that we've got different stakeholders. It's MICT, and then we are working together with the industry, and then we are building a cutting-edge lab for doing all this. That is just part of that lab. Okay, the staff. We have staff and students, capacity development that are part of this program. So what are we doing? Those are some of the projects that we are doing. A virtual receptionist, I saw one here. We have also developed one. We've got videos, we couldn't carry it. That is what we've done. We've got a smart meter communication infrastructure. Together with Umgeni Water, we have an electricity meter, and then we have a water meter. They are all for a eThekwini municipality, so we get the data and send both water and electricity to the municipality. Those are some of the projects that we do. Legacy meters. With Umgeni Water, we've got old meters. We automate them. We read them using read switches and all that. We automate them. We are also in agriculture, where we can process the leaf of crops, and then we can tell people what disease is there. I know quite Prof are also doing part of that. Urine. There are people who can process urine. Prof is processing the skin there. You can process urine and pick some anomalies in the urine. We are doing that. We are also in AI tutoring. There are people who are doing language models. And believe me, these things are there. We've got apps that do that. We are testing them, and some are on the way to be commercialized. We are also in medical imaging. Can process the kidney, can process the retina. We've got apps for doing all that. Biometrics is old. We do biometrics as well. Some of our members are working with ESCOM on processing conductors and insulators on the transmission lines. I'm just highlighting what we do and answering where your money is going. So we are doing all of these things. Maritime logistics, we are based in Durban. So together with Transnet, we are building apps for their logistics systems. There is a container there. Using RFID, we can read the containers and trace them in the warehouse. So we are doing those kinds of things. There is intelligent transportation, where it's intelligent transportation. We can look at how the car is moving on the road, and there's quite some logistics there. Our group is doing all that. Okay, that is just an example of decision support systems in language models. Most text is unstructured, so you have to look at tables and extract important information for managers to make decisions. Of course, those people who are in machine learning, artificial intelligence, the process is basically shown there. So we are doing all those things. Decision support systems in agriculture. Very soon, on the shelves in ShopRite or Checkers, in real time, they will be able to process and check if what is there. You can see there is a rotten potato there. Automatically, you will detect and sort out, this one is rotten, this one is not rotten. We've got those systems we are building. So something is happening. We'll breach the Death Valley, the innovation Death Valley. In automation, those ones who don't know, that is a radiator that you have in the car. Those are the spines. With image processing, we can process and know, there's narrow spine, peel-up spine. Those are the damages of the radiator. We're working with Smith Manufacturing to use image processing to process that. So something is happening there. Okay, the same with the auto industry. That is a fuse of a Hilux. That is a Hilux fuse. They physically insert fuses like that. If you put the wrong one, you know a fuse. If you put a wrong one where, you know what's going to happen. You will blow up your car. Yes, this technology comes from Germany, but we've been able to tell them that we can do this, and we've tested proof of concept. Our staff is working. So The minister was here. We need the industry to trust us. There is some bit of lack of trust. You can do something, it's working, but because of insurance and all what, they prefer to still get it from Germany. They tell you, what if something happens? Are you going to pay us? So there's that problem there, but we've got these solutions there. So if the fuse is missing, okay, or if it is misplaced, through image processing, we can process. And image processing in industry is immense. Basically, if I take a photo here and somebody is sitting in the wrong place, I should tell them that you are supposed to be there and you are supposed to be there. It's got a very wide application. So we are working with Hesto Harness on that. We've got, the system has been developed. Umgeni water, that is the Midma Dam. We are doing real-time water quality monitoring from the funds of MICT and other stakeholders. They've chipped in as well. So that is Midma Dam. Okay, water quality monitoring we are doing there. You've got physical sensors, okay? The physical sensors are probes that are in the water. They will get turbidity, all the parameters, and then to the control station. That is the control room of Umgeni water. And then there's this notion that paper research and applied research can't work together. That is not correct. Whoever said that is not correct. Because once you have sensors to the control station, you don't have a sensor for E. coli. You don't have a sensor for some algae. So what do? You predict. Prediction, there's artificial intelligence, there's machine learning, there's a lot of theoretical research to know which parameters better predict E. coli, which ones are the best algorithm. Prediction is used in weather and what, and there's a lot of theoretical science of developing algorithms there. That is what we call soft sensors, predicting what is not there. We don't have an electronic sensor for E. coli, but you can predict based on the other parameters. So we are doing that. Those two are the products that we have developed, and we are going to install them in the Umgeni water. Of course, it's taken quite a long time. First prototype, second prototype, so that is being done. I'm not going to play those ones. Okay, in our group, decision support systems, there are some people who are also doing some robotics. Wait, man. Sorry for that. Okay, there are some people who are doing some robotics, programming them. Eventually, we will go to developing our robots and drones. So we are going there. I can't play that. Okay, there's a clip there, but I can't play it. But we will assume that it played. Okay, so these are some of, one of these is to develop artifacts. When I started with MICT, Kuku was very clear that they don't want papers. So eventually, we had to go and develop artifacts. Sorry, how do I play clips? Okay, this is some of the students' projects. Just forward it a bit. Volume and forward.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Owami Masondo, and I'm doing a project on smart meter communication infrastructure. So what this project is basically, we are combining the water meter and the energy meter into a single advanced metering infrastructure. The motive behind this project is the inefficiencies in the utility systems. So we have utility systems using separate communication networks for communicating water data and energy data. So what we're doing here is we are integrating the water meter and the energy meter into a single unit. So we have our water meter here communicating with the energy meter using LoRa communication, and then from the energy meter, we are taking the water consumption and the energy consumption, and we're sending that data into the head end. So this is our energy meter. So This 21.78 is the unit of a customer, and this W is for water. So right now it is rating 0.0 liters, and then this power is the load power, which is connected here. So we have our two bulb connected to the meter, and then this orange LED indicates that there is power connected, and the green LED which blinks when there is a communication between the head-end system and the meter. And then this red LED is the status that a user set a threshold when it should blink when the number of units is below a threshold to notify the user to recharge the meter. Okay, so this is our water meter. So we are reading the flow rate and the total liters. So I'm gonna run the water now, and then we're gonna see these readings, and these readings are being transmitted via LoRa to the energy meter. So
Okay, I wanted to forward it. The next one is automation of meters. Any meter, you've got a system you put on, and then you can relay data to the control center. I don't need to play all those. Okay, so, like I said, this is applied research. There has to be science somewhere. You're not just going to develop something without reasoning behind and all that. So we cannot remove science from what we are actually using what science developed. So from all these, work in water prediction, these are some of the journal papers that we have produced. And we do acknowledge MICT, SETA in some of these journals. So they are all the metering project, water quality, language models. I'm sure you guys are more interested in that. So these are the journal papers that have been produced there. So we are creating knowledge, which is your deliverable, knowledge creation. We are developing capacity. Capacity development is happening. And then we are also developing technology and artifacts. The clip that played there was a proof of concept. The artifact needs to be polished. You could see, I mean, it's not looking very nicely. So now it needs to be taken to the next stage towards commercialization. So we are doing all these three things as MICT, SETA wants us to do. Okay, last slide. We've got a lab down there where we do proof of concept. In the lab, we've developed a lab where everything starts there, the prototype. Okay? So that is calibration and all that, whatever was developed, and then we are mixing it. We are going to the field. Up there is Umgeni water, where our system is being applied. And some of our products, our innovative products, have found their way in the magazines to show that we are doing something. So thanks very much. I hope we spend your money well. Thanks.
The database can be viewed upon on our GUI.
Do we have any questions for Professor Walingo? No questions. One question?
This is great stuff. It's what we want. If universities in South Africa can move and scale towards this direction, we'll be addressing the needs that you really talk to innovation. So we need innovation, real innovation that really translate into products and solutions, working prototypes so that we commercialize at scale, and equally export. Like they are importing to us and flooding us with their products. We must also flood them with our products and solutions so that our economy can grow and our young people can find opportunities and create opportunities also for their peers. Great stuff. Keep it up. Let's give it a round of applause.
Thank you for that, Professor Walingo. Thank you for also highlighting the innovative and impactful work being done through the student-led research and development projects. Your insights into AI, smart infrastructure, healthcare, technology, and industry collaboration showcased the importance of empowering young minds to create practical and digital solutions that address real-world problems. It is inspiring to see that the funding and support from MICT SETA is being put to such meaningful and impactful use. Next on our list of speakers is the University of Cape Town Research Chair FinTech Hub.
Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests. My name is Andan Ngaba. So there are actually 2 research chairs at the University of Cape Town. That's how special we are. And Prof. Gaines will be going after me. But I just want to start off by thanking MICT SETA for the invite, for having both of us here, and really for giving us this opportunity to showcase both the work that we do and the amazing work that our students are doing. So this is our first time presenting or speaking at the 4IR Research Symposium. So I thought to give everyone context, I'll just take you through our journey as a research unit and our research chair, all the work that we're doing, some of the projects that we're working on, the startups that we've also commercialized since our inception, and really take you guys through everything that we've done. So we are the Financial Innovation Hub, and we sit within the School of Economics at the University of Cape Town and the Faculty of Commerce. We were started in 2021 by Professor Copier George, who really saw the need for more fintech education in South Africa. So if we just take a look at the fintech landscape across the African continent in the past 10 years from 2015, as we all may know that fintech startups have done tremendously well. And if you look at the biggest unicorns that have been developed on the African continent in the past 10 years, most of them have been in fintech. If we look at your likes of your Flutterwave, your Yoko, etc. So within this context, we then decided that we then saw that there was no existing fintech education in South Africa. You had people learning finance, you had people learning technology in 2 separate faculties, 2 separate departments, but there was no one degree, no one course marrying these 2 disciplines. And from there, the Financial Innovation Hub was born. So one thing we also realized when we were putting together our hub is that there's a huge tech skills gap across the world. It's estimated to be 4.3 million people by the year 2030. So how do we then overcome this? How we saw it, it had to be a 2-fold approach. The first being education, so having an interdisciplinary degree, and the second being an incubation hub where students also have the time and the resources to spin out startups from their research while simultaneously getting a university degree. Another thing we really looked at as the Financial Innovation Hub when trying to create our structure was the success rate of university spin-offs versus non-university spin-offs. And we found that non-university spin-offs have a 7% higher chance of surviving after 5 years and a 36% higher likelihood of obtaining VC funding within the first 5 years as well. So what we realized is that, for us to create a nurturing environment for students to create these startups, the best place to do it is within a university, particularly with our master's in fintech degree. So I don't do this all alone. I'm surrounded by a team of tremendous, talented people, such as Dr. Alan Davids, who serves as our director. I serve as the co-director. We then have Lindy as our general hub manager. And we have 2 technical specialists, which are essentially developers that are just sort of more general, and they really help our students spin off their startups and with any development work as well. If I just look at our performance as well, within the commerce faculty, it's not here, but we've actually outdone all other research units within the commerce faculty when it comes to innovation fundraising in the past 5 years. Because we're completely outfunded, meaning that UCT does not fund any of our operations. It's up to us as a research unit to go and raise funding on the market for everything that we want to do. So how do we then do all of this? We've developed this thing called our funnel strategy, and really everything works together to come up with the end product being innovation. So it all starts with research, which is why we're all here. So through this and through the funding with MICT SETA, we're really able to fund students doing their masters, their PhD, and their postdoc to really lay the foundation of all the startup work that happens. And like I said, all of this focuses on the financial technology space, with some of us also looking at blockchain, Then what comes after the research, we then have the education now to obviously provide skills development. As much as you can have research, startups still need people who are able to actually get work done. And that is really done through our Masters in Financial Technology and a few of our online courses that I'll get into after this. Then we get into thought leadership. As we all know, the startup world is fast evolving, and we work very closely with regulators, particularly in the financial technology space, where we work with the Reserve Bank, the FSCA, et cetera, to really create a nurturing environment for entrepreneurs, because it's one thing to give them a space to work, but we need to make sure that the regulatory environment is able to benefit what they're doing. And lastly, we have innovation, where we then spin off all the research from the first pillar, and then that creates our funnel approach. If I then get into our FinHub funding and donor ecosystem, MICT-CPUT being one of our new funders that we're very excited to have. Like I said, given that we are outfunded, we have to spend a lot of time doing fundraising, which is what I spend, I think, 30% of my job doing. And I really do it for the love of the students that we have and the love of the work that we're doing. So we're very happy to be funded by the likes of MICT-CPUT. We also hold an NRF research share. We were recently funded by the First Round Foundation to build a satellite fintech lab in East London in the Eastern Cape. We've historically also been funded by the Swiss Embassy, the Interledger Foundation, and really until last year we had raised 73 million for funding, most of which has gone towards paying bursaries for our students, but also has gone towards financing all our work and paying all of our staff, etc. So if I now get into the teaching pillar that I said is our second pillar. So in 2018, we started Africa's first Masters in Financial Technology. And this was really started because we realized banks were looking for students that were able to combine their finance skills with technology skills. So they no longer just wanted quants, they wanted people who were able to code and develop programs, which is really needed in the financial technology space. So after doing a survey with the top banks in South Africa, our founding director then decided that he'll start Africa's first Masters in Financial Technology, and he would make it an interdisciplinary degree. So it wouldn't just exist within the Faculty of Commerce. We also work with the science faculty as well, where students are able to do courses from different faculties. That's why there's the Masters in Philosophy. And one thing we're very proud of, and thanks to the funding of MICT-CPUT and our other donors, is we're able to have a class of over 51% women since inception and over 54% Black Africans. And this is because 80% of the class don't pay any fees. We cover their bursaries 100%, and this includes living expenses as well. And this is really how we incentivize them to then go on and build startups afterwards, because if you're doing your second year of your master's degree and recovering your full bursary and all you have is your thesis, we're essentially giving you startup seed capital to spend 12 months building an idea that you otherwise wouldn't have been able to build. If we then look at where our students have gone on to, obviously a lot of them have gone into the financial services space, which makes sense, but something that we're very proud of is just above 17% of them have gone on to start their own startups, and 11% of them have gone on to academia. If we then look at the bursaries granted to date, it's about 20 million plus. That number is outdated. And in terms of our graduates, the number may seem low, but obviously the fintech space is still very niche, and we'll generally have a class of 10 to 15 people a year. If I just show you our students from the past 2 years, so this is our fintech class from the class of 2025 on the left, then on the right you have our class of 2026 as well. So one interesting part and how we really push entrepreneurship within our degree is we'll have this thing called the class project. So each year the class will have to come together, they'll have to nominate a CEO, a CTO, a CFO, and a COO. What then happens after that? We'll get industry to come and seed an idea. So in the past, you had Investex, so they seeded the idea of a decentralized carbon credit exchange that they were looking for to build for their clients. Then our students will then spend about 6 months of the year building this startup with the hopes that one student will take it forward in his next year as his thesis project, and then we'll be able to spin it off as well. Another thing that's made our masters very, very attractive for people, and I'd really plead all of you to apply if you can, is we send about 6 to 7 students to Zurich every year in June for about 3 weeks for a deep dive in blockchain summer school at the University of Zurich. It's all expenses paid, and really this is as a result of our funders as well that we're able to do all of this. We obviously realize that beyond our master's course, there's a need to get fintech education into the hands of more South Africans and more Africans as a whole. So how do we do this? We do it in 2 ways. So we started University of Cape Town's first Coursera specialization that's based on building fintech startups in emerging markets. We've had over 16,000 students enrolled to that to date. Then beyond that, we have about 2 courses on Get Smart as well, one that looks at the blockchain space and regulation, and the second that looks at fintech as well. If I now get into innovation, which is my favorite pillar and where I spend most of my time as a co-director, we really do this through a threefold approach. The first is through hackathons and idea competitions, and this is what builds a pipeline for students to then further develop ideas. The second is to our Genesis Block Launchpad. So this is our flagship pre-incubation program. It runs for 9 months, from about March till end of the year. And here we'll help students go from just having an idea on a piece of paper to an MVP that's ready to get fundraised. And lastly, we'll help them then partner with industry through our industry partnerships to run pilots based on what they're building as well. So if I just show you some of our innovation in action, so to the left, we ran a payments competition with Nedbank, I think 2 years back, where we had some of Nedbank senior executives on the judging panel, and our students were then able to receive mentorship hours from Nedbank and a pilot opportunity. Then to the right, we'll also hold a yearly hackathon with Interleisure. There's actually one coming up next month as well, so a lot of you would plead if you could apply for that too. Then if I then get into Genesis Block Launchpad, which is our main pre-incubation program, it really runs for 9 months. And what we'll do, given that I explained to you guys that we have 2 full-time developers on our team, we'll embed ourselves into your startup and really offer you a co-founder as a service model where by the time you leave our 9-month pre-incubator, you're all ready to go get funding. And given that a lot of the students are very young and might get bullied by industry when they're trying to make agreements, having older people like ourselves and experienced people from industry on the negotiation table with them really helps them get further than we might think. And to date, we've had 3 batches. So the first one had 4 startups. The second one has had 7. The current one we're running now has 12 startups. And if we really look at why we built this, one thing we realize is not just UCT students. Students in general will have very good ideas, but they won't be able to get early traction or MVPs, and this is a result of them not having the technical know-how how to build a product. They won't be pitch ready. Obviously, a lot of the degrees that we all do don't have a focus on presentation skills and being able to pitch an idea, not just putting together a presentation, but a 1-minute pitch explaining why your idea is good. And lastly, they won't know how to validate their market. And what do I mean here? They might have a good idea, but they won't know how to get their idea in the hands of the people that they want to sell it to. So they aren't able to validate and realize, is this a good idea or is this a bad idea? So if I look at why do most startups fail, both university spin-off startups and startups in general, if you look at the first thing, it's poor product market fit, and this speaks to why we built Genesis Block Launchpad, because startups don't know how to validate their market. If we then go to the right, where most funded startups are most likely to fail on the African continent, South Africa sits as number 1. So as much as people argue that there's not a lot of funding for startups, I argue that startups do have access to funding, but they don't have the skills to then execute on said funding. And I think the work that we're all doing here is very important to get them into that position. If I just look at our startup success story, so from our first batch, one of our startups, Tati Emali, that's built a POS system similar to a Yoko for township merchants, managed to raise $200,000 within 4 months of leaving our program. Then on the right, we have Brown FS, now Tesha Finance. So they've actually dispensed 1.9 million rand in loans. This is an old slide. And they've built a system where they give microcredit to gig economy drivers. So think about your Uber Eats drivers, your Uber drivers, etc. They've built a fuel card that's able to give them debt for a week as they wait for Uber to pay them out. So if I just look at our research to practical innovation as a whole, these are just some of our startups that we've been able to spin off over time. And if we look at our success in startup fundraising, we've allowed them to raise over 26.8 million rand in funding. And the one number I want you to think about in contrast to this is the 73 million rand that we've raised for our research unit. And we really are showing a return on investment. Even though we don't have to for our funders, we do believe it's very important to get these students to be able to spin off startups that are able to be successful and last beyond the Financial Innovation Hub as well. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Anda? Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Nkaba. It was inspiring to hear about your journey of the Financial Innovation Hub and highlighting the importance of interdisciplinary education, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And also, we appreciate sharing the success stories emerging from the program as well. Next up is the University of Cape Town, Part 2, Professor Gain.
Thanks everyone for the invitation to attend and present. I've got to say, wow, it's really hard act to follow those two. So I won't, in a sense, because one of our big issues in the Department of Computer Science at the University of Cape Town is the commercialization aspect. It's not really something we particularly focus on, and there's a couple of reasons for that. From a research perspective, the journey to commercialization actually has a huge impact on your research. So I've done this myself a little bit. I've explored commercialization. I've got a patent. I went out to companies and so on. And for us, there's an opportunity cost there. And as researchers, we basically use the currency of research papers as our opportunity cost. So it's usually about 2 to 3 papers worth, research papers worth of opportunity cost to try and take one of your papers and commercialize it. So what we do instead is we train our students to the best of our capacity so that they can go out after they graduate and go into commercial ventures. And many of them do. But I'm cognizant of the fact that they would be better situated doing some of that commercialization, as the previous speaker mentioned, actually within the university. But there's this opportunity cost. There's a lot of infrastructure that needs to be built around that. So that's why I'm a bit reticent. I'm impressed by what the previous speakers have achieved in that particular regard. So what I'm going to talk about really is our research, which is where we are quite successful. So less on commercialization, very much on the research side. We have NRF A-rated and B-rated researchers within the computer science department. So let me talk through the commercialization, sorry, not commercialization, the research that we do. I'm going to do this slide by slide, covering the different researchers in our department who are funded by MICT. And I'll start with one of our SACHI chairs, which is Professor Tommy Mayer. He, along with many of our other researchers, focuses on artificial intelligence. And this is a little different from the standard artificial intelligence that you will be familiar with. Most of that has to do with things like diffusion models, generative models. He's taken a completely different tack. And the reason for that is that I think to some extent we're coming up against the limitation of generative models. There's been a lot of talk recently about things like hallucination and the fact that models almost have hallucination built in. It's really hard to get below the sort of 10 to 15% hallucination and error rates that these generative models have. But one way to do this is to use so-called defeasible logic reasoning, and that's his area of research. So this is to build structures and artificial intelligence models that essentially can do logic. So an example would be, let's say you have some statements such as penguins are birds and all birds fly. A generative model would really struggle with that kind of logic to point out where the problems are in it. Whereas his work on that can identify where the logic breaks down, how to improve it, and how to make something that that reasons successfully in a way that other artificial intelligence models cannot. So that's his area of research. We also have Professor Michelle Cattell, who's actually the head of department. And she, in fact, spans multiple departments. She was originally a chemist. She did her PhD in chemistry. She's now in computer science. And this is one example of an area that we're quite successful in. We do quite a lot of interdisciplinary research in the department. So this spans chemistry and computer science, and she's basically developing models and computation to essentially do vaccines. So it's kind of early stage vaccine development. She runs massive computational models on high-performance computing systems to basically research what kind of new vaccines can be created. She also does work on visualization because if you want to really understand how these molecular chains and structures fold and conform and move and bond with other molecular structures, it's quite useful to actually be able to see that in action. Even though, of course, it's at this sort of atomic scale, we can't really see it. We can have this as a kind of a magnifying glass on the process. She's also very active in high-performance computing, so she doesn't just do computational chemistry, she does astronomy research and other areas in high-performance computing. Associate Professor Jeff Nitschke, I think this is an area that overlaps with the UKZN a little bit. So he does research in robotics, in artificial life. It's a kind of artificial intelligence research where he tries to marry the brain, the sort of software, with a sort of physical aspect. So he's trying to create robots that learn, that can understand their environment, that can move through it in interesting ways. But he also tries to evolve the body. So he runs quite a lot of simulations that do those two things in tandem, the brain and the body of the artificial robot. And he's got some work in synthetic biology and neural complexity as well, which are kind of related and spin-offs of that area of research. We also have a researcher in computer vision, and as with a lot of computer vision currently, he is very involved in machine learning and applying it to the computer vision problem. This is Associate Professor Patrick Murray. His research is probably the most applied of all of the research that we do in the department, and he has a number of industry partners that he works with. So he works with mining, he works with agriculture, he does things like the detection of smoke and fire from cameras. He also works in some areas related to heritage. So, for example, trying to detect pre-colonial structures, also culturally grounded research in answering questions that arise from videos. So this is all computer-related, computer vision, image processing work that he does. And myself, I work in a combination of virtual reality and computer graphics. So a few virtual reality applications. One is in psychology. I have a co-investigator in the psychology department, and we're looking at using virtual reality to evoke different emotions, sadness, joy, fear, and so on. And the idea is that this has applications in treatments for depression and things like that. So it really helps us to understand how the brain works, to evoke particular emotions, and to help with people who have various conditions. I also work with the astronomy departments in the visualization of the massive data sets that have arisen out of projects such as the Square Kilometre Array. We're looking at ways of interacting with that data, and virtual reality is a very good fit for that, because the data is fundamentally three-dimensional, and it's massive, and you want to do three-dimensional interaction with it. So it's a good visualization tool for that area. And the final thing that I do is I create digital landscapes. This is mostly for computer games, for film, for training, and those kind of things. And the idea is you want to create an artificial environment which mimics the real environment. So we do things like we simulate terrains and how they evolve, how trees grow and so on, all through simulation and all digitally. And you can see in the bottom right, in fact, that's from a recent publication in an ecology journal. So the point of this is that it's interdisciplinary research, and even though not all of it has direct commercial applications, certainly a fair amount of it does. And if I can get this video to work, we shall see. Perhaps I can ask. Okay, somebody press play on that. Okay, so this is a recent paper. It came out this year. I just wanted to illustrate a little bit of my personal work. And this is using diffusion models, so it's an artificial intelligence technique, to generate planets. And this is particularly challenging because actually we only have one or two planets that we can use as the input data. So one of the things about machine learning is you actually usually require masses of various data. So the real challenge of the technique was using things like Mars. For example, that's Mars with water on it. Using Mars and a combination of Earth data and dividing into patches and recombining it to create various planets. So the idea is this is for computer games or for film. For example, in the Star Wars universe, you might want to have an ice planet, and you do, in fact. And that's an island planet, for instance. And you have various control over different mechanisms here. And what you can also do is you can go back in history. So you can look at what the structure of the Earth was previously and generate a planet that shows how the continents shift through tectonics. That is an example of their Paleolithic planets that we generated. And then what I'll leave you with is a final flyover of just to show the kind of detail that can be generated using machine learning techniques. It's pretty detailed and high resolution. Okay, any questions? I think there's a question at the back there. I may not be able to hear you. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Prof. Maybe before I ask my question, I should preamble it with where I'm coming from, which may also suggest some of the delimitations of the question. So I'm a social scientist, trained in social science, but I currently work in the Mining Qualifications Authority, which is the mining SETA in the research unit. Now, I want to ask Prof, yesterday, there seemed to be a narrative that research that exists for the sake of contributing to knowledge is essentially not, I'm trying to find the word. Research that exists for the sake of knowledge is not useful, if I can put it that way. And I appreciate the direction that you took as a social scientist myself to say that we still need to consider the knowledge dimension. So now for the question, what are some of the things that we may not be considering? You said the direction of your research is heavily influenced once you decide to venture into commercialization. So I know you said there's volumes of work on some of these, some of the opportunity costs thereof, but what are some of the high-level things we may not be considering as we push the narrative of commercialization over knowledge generation?
Okay, that's quite a tough question. I'll have a go at trying to answer it. It's a lot about resourcing and specialization. So myself and a lot of the professors in our department have focused on being really good at research and not so good at commercialization. So when I went down this route, I really discovered it. Yes, you can have support. So we do have a really good support unit at the University of Cape Town, but you're really venturing outside your comfort zone when you do that as a researcher. And there's also the time cost. So there's learning how to do it for a start, even with all the support. So, you know, when I did a patent, we had patent lawyers. These folks are really impressive. They can essentially master a topic which is completely outside of their domain really quickly. But you are still required to bring them up to speed, correct all of the work that they've done, where their mistaken assumptions are, identify all of the novelty and these kinds of things. And the other thing is that you really want it to be something that can be successful. If you're going to invest that huge amount of time, you need to have some notion that this is something that's worth doing. And when you're older as a researcher, that is something that's tricky to commit to. It is something that you want to do when you're younger, which is why I really believe that students are the right people to be engaged in this, which I think is a bit of a thread that we have there. The difference for us is that our students tend to do it after they leave. So there will be a lot of startups that they will start, but it will be after they finish their master's study, after we've trained them in research, after we've given them all the background in high-performance computing, machine learning, and all of these tools. They will then go away and apply it. We do not so much take the research that they do during their masters and commercialize that for all of the reasons that I've said previously. So I think people have talked about this gap. It is definitely there. It's definitely an issue. And it's something that's very hard for a researcher to overcome. Because what you do is you make a sacrifice. We as researchers are evaluated on our success at research. Are you an NRF or A or B rated researcher? How many papers do you have? What is your H index? All of these things are the the standards that are internationally recognized as a researcher. If we go into commercialization, we take a hit on that. And that commercialization may not be recognized by our university, by our peers, and so on. So it's a whole lot of factors. It's really complicated, actually. That is not to say that I don't believe in commercialization. I don't want to do research that doesn't have application, that isn't going to be taken up, but it's likely to be taken up by other people. And that's what I'm striving to achieve. So sorry if this message goes a little bit contrary to what we had in previous sessions, but there is another perspective on this which makes it challenging. Okay, sure.
Sorry, Prof.
Another question, Professor.
I thought I would escape.
No, at least mine is just a comment. And sorry, my name is Sanele Dlamini. Mine is just a comment. It's not specifically just for you, but it's just for all of the researchers. I think for me, I'm very impressed by the work that you guys are doing. And maybe as someone who comes in the finance sector, I was particularly intrigued by the previous UCT chair. But in a space where currently there's just talks of SETA, doing away with SETAs and all of that talk, I think you as the beneficiaries of this great work, this great partnership with MICT, SETA, and any other SETA, I think you have a duty, to actually, when you're out there, not just coming to such events, but when you're out there, actually, emphasize the fact that the good work that the SETAs have done. I mean, all of this work is possible by the funding that is coming from MICT, SETA. So I honestly believe that as a stakeholder in this PSET system, you have a duty, to actually go out there and preach the way that, okay, no, this is actually the work of a SETA. If it is done away, you are also losing. And the students are also not going to benefit. So this is just a message to all of you, universities, HEIs, all of them. Please spread the word. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gain. I'd just like to add that thank you for sharing your valuable insights in the balance between research and commercialization, as well as the interdisciplinary research happening within your department. The next up on our list is the Wits School of Digital Arts. Thank you.
Okay, greetings, colleagues and students. We're starting with this page, and this is because in this room, there are several VTs who are graduates here. And once a VT, always a VT. Yes. Good. First, to wade into the long discussion of our academic colleagues, we at the Witwatersrand have been able to transform from research to commercial products. All you will be seeing today are commercial products, which are currently at the IP stage at Wits University, which have been developed by South African students for the South African communities. Okay, so how do we... Yeah. Okay, next slide. So in 2024, we started the GAIC lab, which is the Games, AI, and Culture Lab, which was sponsored by MICT, and the lab has really transformed things at the Wits University. We started with 8 students. As of today, we have 52 South African students. It is very important to understand that the role of MICT-SETA has really been impactful at VETS. And that's why we are presenting this particular 4 games, four outputs were developed by our students. They were all developed through the funds given by MICT-SETA in the GAIC lab. Okay, so the first one is the One Sense. This is a mobile game for children aged to 5. And again, please remember, they were all developed by the students, but I would always call out the lead. So, Musa, come forward. Yeah. This is Musa. Musa led the team that developed this. One of the issues was that, how do we ensure that every kid in South Africa townships have access to tests for their ears? For that to happen, the easiest way is to develop a video game. We all know kids love video games. So when kids play these video games, to them it's a video game, but to us it's a test. At the back of the test, there is a machine learning algorithm working and checking several factors to identify issues. Once the machine identifies those issues, it then sends it to a hospital. The hospital then is easily able to go to that location or that township to help that particular kid. The product was developed, led by Musa, and we are hoping that by the end of December, it will be out in the market. Okay, yeah. The next one was done by Sakumuzi. Yeah. And it's very important to remember that all these are our master students. And from each of them, we've been able to bring out 2 journal outputs. Yes. And the journal output has been supported by MICT-SETA. So when we are discussing it, we ensure that the funds are spent on research outputs and also on the development of the systems. And we also believe that when the students finish through MICT-SETA and their partners, these South Africans can start their own businesses and companies. Yeah. So with Sakumuzi's system, we know that there are a lot of South Africans who go into construction. But it would be nice for them to have a game, even young South Africans, to learn about the basic aspects and practices when constructing buildings. This kind of buildings, in this kind of game, when they are constructing the buildings, if there are errors, they can always restart. This also helps them when they get to the university and they're learning construction engineering. It gives them the basic foundations of what you do, what you should not do. And we are hoping that this will be implemented in the engineering curriculum at WITS for first-year students. Okay. Yeah, next. So next is Oluwetu. No, is it? No, sorry, Louis. Look, I like Louis because Louis is from where my wife is. My wife is from Limpopo in Guyana. Okay, so one of the issues we felt as being South Africans and in South Africa was that why must we use English to teach? Why can't we use the indigenous South African languages? If a country has 7 or 8 languages, they need to be recognized properly. And I'm not being biased or anything. I'm not saying I'm supporting my Limpopo people or anything. But I'm supporting all. So what we did and what Louis and his team did was to develop a system for teaching, an online platform, whereby if the lecturer teaches in Afrikaans, the student will receive it in isiZulu or any South African language of their choosing. Yeah. Also, when the student is submitting his or her assignment in isiZulu, Shivenda, anything, the student will submit it in their own indigenous language, and the lecturer will receive it in the language of choosing of the lecturer. Yeah. And this is, we intend to implement this in high schools, in primary schools early next year through the support of MICT. We are currently at the phase of, we just got the ethical clearance. As you know, at WITS, ethics is a serious issue there. So we got the ethics, and we are currently preparing to deploy it in schools. Okay, thank you. The last one, and you know we are vets. The last but not the least is Oluwetu Shezi. Okay, and Oluwetu is from KZN. One of the issues is vestibular assessment. As we know, we do have kids who have issues with their ears, hearing, and things like that in South Africa. But again, just like Musa's work, the same thing with Oluwetu. This time we have decided to create a virtual environment where the practitioners within this space can go to the villages, the townships, and locations and set up these things and are able to experiment. The importance of this is that they no longer have to buy large-scale equipment. These equipments are virtually developed. And then the kids wear the headset, and they're in a virtual space, and the tests have been done. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Oluwetu. So again, these are the 4, but there are several, but these are the 4 which MICT, through their support, has really pushed and propelled. And again, I can assure you, from each of them, we have gotten 2 or 3 DS journal articles from them. And the students are the first authors on these papers. Yeah. Okay, next slide. So this is also a brief of what those games are. Some of the games are on our stand there, and we welcome you all to come view it. We would also give copies of those games to MICT because we believe that they have a far much bigger reach than us, so that it can also propel and help us. I want to also let you know that as we are waiting for our next year's students, as of today, we already have 25 students, South Africans, who want to join the lab next year because of MICT. So this is also the games. Continue. So these are the leads of the various projects, which are all teamworks. You can see them Oluwetu, Louis, Musa and Sakumuzi are from KZN. So there's a lot of, yeah. Okay, next. And these are the games. This is Musa's game, One Sense, which is for the testing of the ears, of the ears at various levels of the game. As you can see, it's very colorful to keep the kids engaged in the experiment. Okay, next. This is Louis' transmedia system, which is helping from various languages. And you can see there, Northern Sutu, this is some examples of translations taking place there. Next. This is the vestibular assessment by Oluwetu and her team. As you can see, this is a setup. These are pictures from the VR experience, which is used for the setup. And last but not the least, this is Sakumuzi's development for construction engineering and helping to educate. Next. Okay, so as you can see, we don't want to go into the debate of research or output, or research or commercial viability. We at the Witwatersrand, through MICT, through our dean, Prof. Mucha, and our head of school, Prof. Rennie, we have been able to pick the pace, and we can confirm for you all that research is coming out and viable products which can be commercialized are coming out. So as the CEO of MICT said, and the minister, we are on track on that particular perspective, but we will not get into arguments. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let's go. Oh, any questions? Yes, sir.
Firstly, thank you for sharing quite a lot of positivity into this conversation. And I think I like the fact that you are saying you are not coming gun blazing. You are there to share something very powerful. I just want to know, how do you encourage some of the guys, because they are in the teams, and you know when the team starts, there is norming and whatever. How do you keep them focused and making sure that they are doing it not for themselves, but for the legacy of people coming behind?
Okay, so again, I'm not going to personalize this. As I told you, my wife is from Limpopo.
Yeah.
So If I say I don't care, it's going to affect me because my kids are in Popo there. You see, so I'm part of the. I need to make sure that things work out well. So when I see all these kids, I see them as my own. If they're not doing their work, I call a meeting to explain to them. It's not about just the lab. It's about in 20, 30 years' time, when it's time for people to apply for these jobs, we want to see South Africans applying for this job. We want to see them getting this job. And if they are able to show these kind of things to employers in the future, they get the job. And in fact, they can even start their own companies successfully. Okay. Morning, sir. Okay.
My question is regarding the incubation of your ideas. I assume that it's done in-house?
Yes.
And if you do you invite other ideas would you entertain other ideas to incubate others? We just ran the skills competition for MICT, both here in Western Cape and in Gauteng. And some of the ideas and solutions that came out that were innovative or brilliant. And so the winning group actually from the grand finale came out of Gauteng. And one of the students is from Wits University. And so we're now looking to incubate that idea. Would you entertain the conversation incubating those ideas?
Again, we will welcome that in collaboration with the Wits Timolo Hong and MICT. As you know, I must also support Wits. Yes. We have our own innovation center. Yes. So if you are working with Timolo Hong and you can negotiate with them, then we can also partner and make it a three-way thing with MICT, whereby we all work together as a team.
I'm very familiar with Timolo Hong. I have a training center in there.
Oh, okay, then we will work with you freely.
Yeah, okay, brilliant.
And just to remind you, all the students here have worked at Timolo Hong as well.
Oh, great. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Dr. Randall and the Wits University students for showcasing your impactful work being done in translating research into practical community-driven innovations. Our next research chair is from Stadio Higher Education. Okay.
Good morning from my side. I'm Dr. Bram Kutsia, protocol observe. And then I stand humble on what the previous speakers have spoken. If I look on the topics and what we're doing in Stadio, it's something totally different. You'll see our market is different. So I'm going to give you a background on what we do, how we do it. And that's why the chair is sitting with me under project management, new business development and project management. So the burses, the MICT burses we see as a project. And you'll see there's burses funded by the MICT as well as self-funded individuals in terms of that. I'm from Stadio Higher Education, a private university, the biggest private university in South Africa, been established in 2020. Currently, we've got 58,000 students. We're running the same principle as UNISA, distance learning, but as well as contact learning, we've got 3 campuses in Pretoria, Centurion, Cape Town, Durbanville, and Durban. We've signed a memorandum of understanding with the MICT in 2024, and that is where the process started to introduce the bursary scheme for the MICT for our, and that's where we started. Currently, we've got 10 students, postgraduate students on the project, whereby 6 is funded by the MICT and the other 4 fund themselves. Difficult in Stadio, because we're still a very young university. We've got a master's degree in management, so we focus on the management of research, as well as a doctorate degree in management. We also got a master's degree in policing and also a doctorate degree in policing. So to cater for the MICT and the outcomes what the MICT require, it was a difficult pathway to mix the two in terms of what we've done. So the challenges around the chair and also the research that we're doing in Stadio is all the students that do a master's degree or a doctorate degree must have a management background. So within the information technology qualifications all across the facilities in South Africa, management is not as an outcome in terms of those qualifications. So we had to do a RPL process where we can present entry into the qualification for the students. So it was also a very difficult process because we've got 3 qualifications with information technology. We've got a high certificate, a degree, and a postgraduate diploma, whereby to find the students to register within the project, as well as for IR to introduce that as a specific outcome. The other challenge was because your students must be unemployed. The challenge for us is because we haven't got full-time students that's starting from start with Stadio, to find unemployed students on a master's or PhD level is very difficult. So you'll see the average age of our students is 50 years old, but the contribution that those students are bringing to the table is phenomenal. Because if you look at the areas where we do research, all the students that's doing research within the drone capacity is ex-Air Force pilots. So they understand aviation, they understand the process of fighting in terms of flights. The person that's doing a research on winemaking in South Africa was the CEO of Greinbeck. So the experience that the people are bringing to the table is phenomenal in terms of the research. That's why when we started with a project, to marry management with 4IR and technology is a very difficult environment that we started to playing in. The pathway was very difficult. But we overcame it through the process where the previous speakers were talking about the young students and developing. We had to focus on how do you manage this process? How do you manage the implementation of 4IR and technology and innovation in the company? So that is the challenge that we had in terms of that. If we look at a few research areas, our biggest component is drone technology, where the one student is looking at the protection of wildlife in the Kruger National Park through the usage of drones. But to understand the usage of drones to protect, you also have to understand the uses of drones for the poachers that they use to establish where the animals are. The other one, individual is looking at, if we look now what happened in Russia and the Middle East, the fighting warfare with drones out of sight. If you look on what the Americans done to sit in America and destroy and have capabilities of warfare in the Middle East, while the person that's driving that drone is sitting in America. That's a research. Yeah, if you look at what's going on in the world, it's not that important. But within the South African and African environment, it's still something drastically new. Then we look at the use of drones in support of ground forces. If your ground forces are moving, how do you use the drone to give them direction in terms of where the enemy is? The use of drones in terms of supply chain, medical supplies, drastical supplies in terms of fuel and so forth. How can you use drones in terms of that support? Then we had psychologists in terms of doing research on Generation Z, in terms of establishing and introducing to the workplace. Just remember those kids, young people, has got totally different ideas within that. They grew up in COVID time. They grew up where they're sitting at home, where a lot of their parents worked from home. They don't want to go and sit 5 days a week in office space. They've got a totally different idea. So the researcher is also a psychologist, and how do you overcome that resistance to change, not only from the Generation Z individuals, but also from management? We had a young psychologist looking at the usage of technology in support of long-distance drivers in terms of their wellness. And then, how do you become a rich wine farmer? You start very rich. So what Chris has done, he's looking at the usage of, he's going to present this afternoon, usage of technology to support wine farmers in terms of operational efficiencies, sustainability, data-driven agriculture. How can technology assist those individuals, the farmers, in terms of that? So you'll see our approach towards research in terms of that in this environment is totally different. Our age group that we're looking at is almost opas and omas, grandparents, but the valuable insight and information that we get out of this experience is phenomenal. So from my side as chair, from Stadio's side, Chris Foster as the CEO from Stadio Holdings, and each student, thank you very much for the MICT. Thank you for this opportunity. Yes, if I talked to Kate, she said, "Why are you so quiet?" But we're older, we're more slower, and then we stay in Cape Town as well. That's make it even more relaxing. So from my side, thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity. I hope we can build this partnership further. If we can just come around the unemployment side, it's going to be phenomenal, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. So I also fall under that category, but I'm not yet a grandma. I'm just trying to think in terms of the model that you're putting together, you know, merging experience with academia? Do you feel that it brings more value in terms of output and discipline where your students are concerned? But also I was very much interested with the high levels of unemployment. We have experienced people sitting at home who could be using this time, doing academic work. Is there a meaner way that collectively sitting in this room can assist in finding or help you identify these unemployed people who could actually enter your program?
Man, thank you very much for the question. Yeah. It's a very easy question to answer, but there's a difficult side to it as well. Looking at the people that currently are students, they're all on pension, so they can fend for themselves. For the 2 years that they're studying, they've got their own, they can pay for themselves for living conditions and so forth. So we haven't got that issue. The moment you go to 2030, the people want to get married. They have to work to survive. But they've got so much to give in terms of this environment to give back and their knowledge. That is, the challenge is not to find people. The challenge is how do we keep them for 2 years where they can study while they're unemployed? Because what we've heard here today, the quality of students coming out of the higher education institutions is phenomenal. So where do you find an unemployed student that is at that quality of academic research and so forth? So this youngster or the youth that you will get, why are they unemployed? Why don't they work? So that is our challenge, to find the right person that is unemployed that we can give back to the country. So I hope it answers your questions. I haven't heard everything, because at my age I must still lip read, but I hope it answered your question. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Brom? Hello. So I know Dr. Brom could see her. I work very closely as a non-profit. I just want to say, he said he humbles himself. Stadio and Brom doesn't have to humble himself for nobody. I work very close with them as a non-profit company by helping to get students grants at MICT. They know me very well because I'm the mother hen of all these children. Like the previous Wits guy said, it's his children. These are my children when they come to me for bursaries, internships, work integrated learning. I walk the path with these children. And I can tell you, Stadio has given me tremendous support in helping to get these students studied, to actually give them the chance to come back to me to do internships and to go forward. The previous question was, how do we get the unemployed into the workplace? I want to actually challenge any one of these universities or study. I was speaking to MICT's regional manager, Sekishwa, yesterday, and she knows my heart. Is the problem we're having is we're getting children from university into the workplace and or even for internships. They do not have any will to fight the life out there. They don't. They can't. They're so lethargic. I don't know what word to use, but our students don't have, us coming from the olden days, like they say, we were in the army. The army taught you discipline. The army taught you to just bite fast, else you got trouble. And that is what we need to teach our children. So there must be a chair that we can create where we work with these students when they're coming towards the end or from the beginning, every school holiday, wherever, to teach them to do internships or work integrated learning, to prepare them to get to the stage where Brahm and them needs those unemployed, or any other university needs those unemployed guys to go forward into the research chairs. Because I can tell you, I'm sitting with internships available at the moment that I can't find unemployed students for. How do you explain that? How many unemployed people are out there with qualifications? And that's what we need to know to do, is where is these children? Why aren't they coming forward? Why aren't they prepared to work for little money and gain the experience and the knowledge they can with us? And that's the challenge I want to give, and what I want to thank Stadio for, because their support has just been tremendous to me. Whatever I need for my students, or my students need internships, they refer them to me, and I help them walk the further path to gain that knowledge that they need, so that they don't become unemployed. And the other person I want to thank is the financial guy who said he's going to do they do the financial hub, who supports the student right through to the end to become self-sustainable. That's the message we must get out there, is you can't just always think you're going to get a job. You must be able to be self-sustainable. And if that's the message they're sending, the financial hub is sending, and the incubators is created, I'm 100%. There used to be a DTI incubator grant. I'm not sure if it's still there. I supported that grant 100% because that was something that was creating jobs for self-sustainability. Thanks.
Thanks, Corin.
Thank you, Dr. Bram Kutsia, for highlighting the importance of that interdisciplinary research, as well as the work that you are doing at Stadio. I have an announcement for a vehicle that is currently idling outside, registration number MS21GJGP. Your vehicle is idling on the premises. Petrol is expensive. Okay, following Dr. Bram is Stellenbosch University, Professor Bill Tucker.
How does this thing work? Is it just forward? Yes, it's forward. Hey, good morning, everyone. It's okay if I break protocol a little bit. I'm used to internet protocol. I'd like to start, I know we thank all the ministers and the hotshots and everything yesterday. I would like to thank two people at MICT that we've been working with the most, and I think all the chairs have been working with them. That's Kate and Tabong. You guys here? Can you stand up? Where? There's Kate. Yeah, you're awesome. Where's Tabong? Where are you? Where is he? Come on, stand up, dude. Yeah. These two are awesome. And can I tell you who's also pretty awesome? These guys, the students, and actually all of the students. It's been really cool. MICT has changed a lot of the ways that we do things at Stellenbosch, and I'm going to share with you. It's going to include a lot of the things that have been said already, and maybe go a little bit different, like into some vision and some of the things that we're doing. There's no way to cover everything, and this is only a small proportion of the students. There's no way I can remember, everything that everybody's doing. I don't know. But just wanted to share how we're doing things at Stellenbosch. This is the third year that we're receiving support, and it's just been amazing. Gugu, I'm going to get to you just now, okay? So my experience, okay, I'm not here to pawn drones or anything, my accent. I'm an immigrant. I immigrated to South Africa in 1997 from the United States. And my career, just briefly, I spent 23 years at UWC Computer Science across the road. I did my PhD at UCT, and I know James. Hi, James. And I haven't seen you for a while. And I've been at Stellenbosch since COVID. And most of my career has been working with technology and social impact, and it's just been amazing. Last year, Courtney and I were at an NGO that we work with. This is the Kwatu San Cultural Heritage Center up on the R27. If you haven't been, it's pretty incredible. And the general manager said, this was his definition of social impact. Outcomes, like demonstrable outcomes and measurement of behavioral change, creating jobs, and leaving infrastructure in the community. It's actually quite simple, but it's really hard. It's really tough, but I think this simplifies it like beautifully. I actually think that social impact and transformation starts with ourselves, and we can, as we transform and make impact, we're doing it with the people around us. In the university context, I look at as internal impact. I see this MICT research money and all forms of post-grad research coming in is to seed the research program. And this is where I can call out Gugu, because we had a wonderful lunch. I think it was earlier last year. And I told her about, a program that I was involved with before, the Telcom Center of Excellence program. I think it's on another slide. I'm probably jumping the slide. But it's easier to get funding for masters and PhD and postdoc research. It really is, because that's where the outputs come from, and that's where the South African higher education subsidy model, the business model, kicks in, okay? Because there are the subsidy coming from the Department of Higher Education for graduations, for publications and all that. And that actually drives us. It's a business. And she was like, I told her this Telcom Center of Excellence didn't fund honors. We need honors to fund the masters. And the students need the support to stay in. They do get jobs, okay? I don't know any of my students I've supervised that, maybe just one. He was a real pain. And then she was also like, we can support multidisciplinary. And I'll show you what we're doing. And then the external impact, I think, is incumbent upon all of the students in the room. You guys are amazing. You got a huge responsibility. And it's not only to get jobs, it's to get jobs to create jobs. And maybe that means being an entrepreneur, but it also means going into companies or any sector and creating a situation where we can create jobs. And we need that in this country. And I am a South African American, okay? And then I feel that the basic research that goes on, and a lot of this is happening at Stellenbosch, basic research is needed to lead to applied research, which is needed to lead to commercialization. And I agree with James. It's tough. Like, do you do it from inside the research program, or do we expect them to do it after? I think we could do both, And coming back, somebody mentioned like a 20-30-year horizon. This is why I like working with women. They have a longer-term view. And it's true. It is true, right? It's the children, the grandchildren, and we gotta look forward, okay? And I think it's worthwhile to think that. And from all three, basic, applied, and commercialization, it's super important. So at Stellenbosch right now, the MICT program, the research chair, 4-hour research chair program, is funding students in all of these disciplines. And it is super cool. And I'm not doing it alone, okay? I'm in computer science. But in each one of these areas, there's like 1 or 2 professors that are helping to run it. And they sit on an oversight committee, you know, for us, like an internal advisory board, but also, I think oversight's better word for it. I feel with a previous speaker, publications are not enough. And I'm done with it. I mean, if the students want to publish, cool, I'll help edit, right? I have been promoted to my level of incompetency. I am not going beyond full professor, okay? I'd rather work elsewhere, and that's why I love this program, because it enables me to help support people across the university, working multidisciplinary. At UW's, I completed 10 PhDs, only 2 of them were in computer science. The other ones were all over the place. I know that it works. Been there, done that. And aiming for sustainable spin-offs. So yeah, I mentioned about the Telecom Center of Excellence. What they did is they funded computer science and electrical engineering at every university across the country. I was there at the beginning in 1998. And I was hired as a technical assistant, and I worked my way up. And, but they weren't funding honors, and they weren't funding multidisciplinary. They only wanted, and I felt that was a really narrow point of view. We worked within it, we did great. I personally had 100 postgrad completions, right? That was awesome, but it was only at PhD level where they could really be multidisciplinary, and I feel that was where the value was. The one thing that I'm known for, and this was at UWC, was a PhD student of mine who was awesome, who did better than I did, established a rural community network that was spun off in 2017 with base funding from Telcom, right, the COE, and this is how I'm looking at the MICT as base funding to attract other funding. We got help from TIA to spin it off. And it's now a public benefit organization providing uncapped internet in rural areas for about 25 rand a month. It's super cool. And there's even a competitor now there. I think that's great because they're gonna force each other to you know, deliver better services, right? I think it's awesome. And it's been going. So for me to be involved with this, yeah, it's just one, but it's like real impact. Here's one of the projects that I'm working on now, that I'm working with. I decided, okay, it's cool for me to talk about something I'm involved with, but it's led out of linguistics. And there are a few linguistics people here, and some of these projects, you can talk to the people at our stand, at some of the students. I really recommend it. If you go to number 1, so what the linguists want to do is establish a baseline of child development speech across all, well, 11 official South African languages, even though there is a 12th, right? South African Sign Language. And I've been working with deaf communities for 25 years, but it's tough. Sign language is tough. But the idea, they want to collect data from 20,000 people, and instead of having have a field worker go with a tablet and collect, you know, does your child understand horse and, you know, whatever, in all the other South African languages, because this hasn't been done for South Africa, they asked us to come and build this app, and now we're doing it with WhatsApp, right, to make it easier for the mothers. And then that stuff, that data, or that inventory, is sent to a SADALAR repository. It's South African, I can't remember what it stands for, but it's a national language association based out of Northwest. And the idea is to use LLMs to not only deal with the data in the different languages, but also use it to analyze how to feed content to mothers so that they can improve the language capabilities of the children. Because it's being shown that if the language is more stimulated from 0 to 3, then they'll do better when they get to bricks and mortar. And this is just one piece that fits within a much larger vision. It's just that first one, that one in the left. We see, and now this is why we're working with education faculty, is to take these same ideas, go into primary, go into secondary. This is tertiary, there on the far right bottom. This is what's happening, right? These people go out, get jobs, create jobs. They have kids and feed the cycle, right? And then it just keeps going. So this is the long-term vision. And we're doing this in all South African languages, but we're trying to do it first in English, Afrikaans, isiXhosa, and isiZulu. And we work with a lot of NGOs in this space. This is just one example of what's going on that MICT is supporting now in the university. So, how do we get to commercialization? Because I'll be very honest with you. Getting the tech transfer office at UWC to help us spin off that nonprofit, Zenzeleni, that was unusual. At Stellenbosch, it's even more unusual. They're managing, we have a unit to do this called Inufis. They're managing 30, 40 spin-offs right now. Not one is a nonprofit. And a nonprofit, people, is also a company. If anybody's in a nonprofit, you're paying salaries, right? You're doing the books, you're providing a service, you're doing the monitor and valuation to keep on getting funding. So, that said, I would love to see where we're doing for-profit, nonprofit, social enterprise, and how can we do this where the students also benefit? And this was the thing that MICT sparked in my mind. And this was already a push. I don't know if any of the other universities are doing this. There's something called a research software engineering group where students in the university provide, it's almost like an internal software development committee that provides software services in terms of machine learning, LLMs, AI, data science, or whatever, to all the other disciplines that need it, but they're doing a okay job with it using Claude, okay? I use, AI declaration. I use Claude to make this presentation. All of the text and bullets are mine, and I started with a Stellenbosch branded presentation. Look what Claude did, it took it away. Anyway, it just made it pretty. But the idea is to help provide these services to all the other research, because even for computer science research, how much stuff do we do that just ends up on a shelf? And ending up on a shelf, you know what it means? It's a paper, right? It's a paper. And if there can be a value add of professional software development, maintenance, it could lead to stronger research software that could be spun off in any sector, okay? This is my idea to do it, and I might try and do this while I'm on sabbatical next year, because there's been some pushback about this. Who's gonna run it? Who's gonna seed it? It takes a lot of money. My idea is to recruit industry professionals that are hutful of corporate, okay? Like me. I did corporate for 6 years in the States before coming here, working in a startup, dot-com boom. I'm also quite old, probably as old as you. And they may want to do something else. They may be tired of it. They may want to do a PhD or whatever. They come in and they form the executive. They mentor a senior layer of senior programmers, project managers, or whatever, and then the students come in. Because, look, at Stellenbosch, we're paying the students 90,000 Rand bursaries. And that's great. It's generous, but it's not enough. It is not enough, okay? So it's very similar to the projects that we saw yesterday of the University of Technology doing the work for the MICT, right? But this is doing it for the research across the university. I think it's a pretty cool model, and yeah, it would be nice to see it, because then, and I agree with this. What I loved about MICT's like vision and mandate was the students get out with a degree, with hands-on experience. They're making enough money to support themselves, maybe even send money home, right? Which a lot of the poor students need to do, so that their families will allow them to stay in university, right? Yeah, I think it's a win-win. We're gonna try for it. Maybe you guys want to try it too, and we can talk about how to make this stuff work. That's pretty much it. I want to leave you with just a few books that really changed my life and my approach to this stuff. There's a book by Kentaro Toyama who examined my PhD. It's called Geek Heresy. Basically, it's about debunking the benefits of solutionism, right? It's saying that technology amplifies in good and bad ways, right? And that it's actually people. And then the other one is Power of Positive Deviance. And there's a noun, a different noun that's, you could spell D-E-V-I-N-T-S. And I would say that most of the people in this room are positive deviants. They're doing things differently, and they will affect other people and get more deviance, and we can make positive change. The last one is the Development Practitioner's Handbook by a guy who lives in Cape Town who did a lot of work up in Wuppertal. And he explains how we work with one another to get over power relations. Because when you're doing kind of work that like my teams are doing, working with marginalized communities, these power relations come into play. But they come into play everywhere. It's not just working with marginalized communities. But yeah, they're easy reads and they're really fun. And for the geeks, Geek Heresy, that Power of Positive Deviance even has a chapter at the back on open source software. Is pretty cool. Am I done? Must I Q&A?
Thank you very much, Sis Kate. Prof. Tucker, if you can allow me, on the slide that if we can just go back to it, social impact, the meaning of social impact. And it's not a question, it's a comment, and it's general comment. If you can just put it up. You can't? Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's a general comment that I wanted to make after all universities have made their presentations. Social impact, yeah, this one, yes. And my comment goes to CEO, our mandate as the SETA. And this comes from the backdrop of the gentleman that spoke earlier on, I think, on him being a social engineer on issues of research versus commercialization. And I'm deliberately asking for this slide, because our mandate is to drive future-ready skills, is to foster innovation, and to drive meaningful economic impact. Now, I'm speaking on this because we as the board, my name is Muzigai Sendlovu, a board member. We as the board, our mandate is to drive what our shareholder has given us. Now, I'm speaking on this because we are not saying we are not recognizing research. And I'm speaking because I think even Che Guevara, when he was speaking to the Central University of Ilavila in 1958, he says to young people, theoretical study is inseparable from revolutionary action. Now, that is why we are here as the SETA. We are bringing the theoretical study from the universities. And our revolutionary action mandate as the SETA is to drive what government priorities have outlined at the beginning of the year. That is technological self-reliance country, which is going to build industries, as our mandate is saying, pioneering industries, so that we bring or cap unemployment in the country. And I think Professor from UKZN yesterday says we must build entrepreneurs so that we cap unemployment. So that is why I'm bringing this slide, because it speaks exactly to what we want to achieve. The strategy of the SETA from the 4IR research chairs, driven by UC Skuku, is to really speak to what governments say to us as a mandate in terms of priorities. And that is why I asked you to bring the social impact meaning, because these programs speak to exactly what is outlined here. So I was just speaking to the gentleman to say, we are not shutting down research, but we are saying, let's juxtapose the two so that we are able to realize what government is telling us to do. Thank you.
I'm glad you liked the slide. Thank you. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Prof. Tucker, just one last question for you, just a very quick one. I'm glad to see you, and I'm glad to see you also pointing at the Zenzeleni cooperative community network with DSTI and TIA. So it's good to see you bring that through. But just to build on the question or a comment that was made by my colleague here, you know, sometimes we take it, inequality could be a unique South African condition, but you should also see it as an opportunity where we could use these kind of social impact models and innovate to address inequality, because nowhere else in the world we've got a country with so much inequality, but at the same time that presents an opportunity for us to think outside of the box, to think innovatively, and to document these models that are coming up and where we are piloting them successfully, so that we can be able to deal with inclusion and inclusive sustainable economic growth. I would have been happy if you explained a bit about the cooperative model that you implemented in the Eastern Cape, because it's a very successful model and it was documented internationally and it's being replicated elsewhere. But apart from talking about technologies and innovations, we need to be documenting the models themselves that are behind these pilots.
No, but also on the website.
Okay. Two more questions. You can stay, Professor.
I can stay.
You can stay.
Oh, okay. Am I the last one?
No, second last.
Thank you. Yes, lamenting to all the recommendations or the inquiries that the two gentlemen have made before me. I'm just going to expand a little bit on infrastructure in the community. Here have I highlighting the importance of how to grow back from the grassroots levels. I think we are so much focusing on software development without really looking into what goes in before that. I'll just give you a good practical example of the Trump and Elon fight, whereby even right now Taiwan is at bay, whereby there is actually no Elon without Taiwan. There is no Elon without China. Where are we standing as a South African community to say, how do we become sustainable as an economy to actually grow without having to look forward to China? Here I am also from the previous gentleman saying that the government itself, what is it doing in terms of the BRICS? How can China actually enable us to actually become a focus, to actually become a distribution of the supply chain management of chips, supply chain management of basic core components in order for us to build a basic robot, for example. So it is one way we have to actually look back in the basic to say, how do we develop our own switch? How do we develop our own cable? How do we develop our own camera instead of just overlying on technologies that have been developed and we have to have a dependency? I think we had a lot to learn during COVID itself, whereby we actually were arrested as an economy because there was no supply chain coming in the country. So we can talk about infrastructure, we can talk about software development, but without the supporting underground, we will not get anywhere. So I would like to say that, yes, the initiative is good and the initiative is practical. However, we need to actually invest more in the foundation, because we cannot talk about AI without having the database to research on. So for example, it's a lot to do with how we are going to then approach the strategy. How is the strategy going to be applied? Yes, we can start from a software layer, but we have to really look into a structured layer of infrastructure so that we can have the outcomes. The jobs, yes, the jobs are actually more created if we actually create the factories, to actually create the basic chip and the basic hardware for the software to run on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Paswan Mpahlele. I'm from the University of Limpopo. So quickly, moving from paper to product, and statistically speaking, that as we sit here, over 8.1 million people are actively looking for jobs and they are not finding that. We come from a very rural area with a vast availability of land, and I just wanted to put it to the house that what would development look like in a space where we avail land as a resource and are calling for collaborative initiatives together with the institutions of learning and the industry here in SETAs altogether to develop hubs. And I think I'm calling for us to industrialize, and this aligns with what my brother is saying. So quickly, I'm sitting here having a brother from the University of Limpopo who graduated his master's in applied mathematics cum laude, and is currently pursuing a PhD in applied mathematics. But there is no product being developed. In a sense of collaborative initiatives or efforts, what would you say, Prof, we should do for that particular type of person to come towards producing products and providing solutions that are technology-driven for particularly the community in Limpopo? And I'm saying this because yesterday we presented a perspective on regional rural economic development as opposed to a national thing that may not be similar in the Western Cape province vis-a-vis Limpopo province and so forth. And what are the available channels, collaborative channels, to get us quickly running in that sense? Thanks.
No, tough question. Short answer. Last year had a Zimbabwean lady, Gabriella, in my Computing and Society honors course. And you know what she told? Because we talk about this stuff all the time, a lot. You know, I'm not sure how much China and Taiwan comes in, but I went to high school in Taiwan, so I kind of hear you. What she told me is that any benefit that comes about, no matter how small, is a win. So aside from recommending your brother not do a PhD and being overeducated and underpaid like me and a lot of us, no, I mean, if he wants to do it, no, he should do it, right? But I think the on-the-ground stuff, I find it hard. I find it hard, and that's what one of the books was about, that Geek Heresy book. I just don't think that technology is the solution that's just going to change everything. The mobile phone was a fluke. I still don't know what's going with AI, you know? I don't think any of us do. But it's a tool, right? And if these things can form any form of benefit in our poor and disadvantaged communities, which are huge, right? And I don't want to jump on a soapbox, but you know, when we talk about patents, and I'm not disparaging anyone, patents and all this it's really just benefiting the rich, okay? And that's what I see coming from my country now. It's one of the reasons I'm still here. And it didn't start with Trump either. But I feel, I really agree with Gabriella. She helped me think about this, like always searching for this huge solution that's just gonna revolutionize things. And this is the other book, that Positive Deviance. If there are deviants that are doing things in a great way, in their own way, and that spreads just one bit at a time, that's the win Gabriella was talking about. And those things can, well, if they're nurtured properly, can go to the tipping point. It's not easy. It's not easy.
Thank you, Professor Tucker, for that inspiring speech and reflecting on the role of research and multidisciplinary collaboration. I know everyone is dying for a stretch of the legs. We have one more speaker, and then we'll have a much well-deserved 20-minute tea break. Emphasis on 20 minutes. Durban University of Technology, Research Chair.
Okay, good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Prof. Naika, and I'm one of the research chairs at Durban University of Technology, the very warm province that we come from. I also want to introduce Prof. Olugbara, who is also the co-research chair. So our presentation this morning is going to be slightly different from other universities. It's going to be on the commercialization of a product that we developed as research chairs at our university. And it deals with the age-old problem of university workload. So we understand universities, a very contentious issue, the workload, and we understand that they are using various methods at university to deal with the workload. And one of the things is those very cumbersome spreadsheets that you spend hours filling out, okay? Another one is the point system that don't mean anything. So we researched this problem, and we decided that we want to help to solve this problem. So both of us have a strong background in computer science, and we use some very strong computer science methods to do workload allocation. So the system is aligned to the DET formula. So we not only do allocation of courses to lecturers in departments, but we also do allocation of the venues. And it's an AI automated system. You know, when you're doing workload allocation at a university, and if you're a head of department, it's a problem because you have issues with your lecturing staff. They always say that you bias or you can never do anything right. So now we're having the AI to allocate the courses to lecturers. So we spend a lot of time on the system, and we'd like to commercialize the system. But we don't have faith in the university system. We both are full professors, so we understand what universities are all about, right? They are all about research. So we don't have any faith that the university system is going to help us to commercialize this with whatever we have in place there at the university. So we bring it to a higher level, MICT, SETA, DET, and to see maybe some ideas on where we can go with the system. So it's a proper 4IR system. It takes the mundane, repetitive tasks that humans do, and it automates it. Okay, so in terms of the workload problem, it's a universal problem. It's not a South African problem or a duty problem. And there's many research papers written about workload. So it's challenging and time-consuming. There's diverse demands, there's staff preferences, there's availability of staff members that you need to consider. There's number of course codes, number of groups. it's often not transparent. It's, in terms of consistency, it's not consistent, equitable, and fair. It's very time-consuming, inefficient, and it's subject to bias. And if you mismanage your workload, you can disrupt the satisfaction of your department, departmental outcomes and university outcomes, and even the general efficiency of the educational institution that you are at. So it's a very sensitive matter, the workload. And it's so easy now to mess up academics in terms of their career if you mismanage the workload. So you want staff to be happy, and you want staff to be happy in terms of the way the workload was distributed. So one of the ways to do it is to automate it. So you take the human element out. So in terms of literature, so what I'm trying to present to you is the research that we did, and then you'll see a video of the system and how the system is working. So it's a research-based system, and all systems, you'll have to do research first before you come up with a solution. So we're just giving you the research that we did as 4IR chairs, and then we will show you our system. So in terms of the criteria for workload, it's competence, preference, minimum teaching hours, maximum teaching hours, preparation time, minimum classes for lecturers, maximum classes for lecturers, experience, total number of hours, number of students, classroom type, seating capacity, available classrooms, courses, classes per course, lecture qualification. So there's a number of criteria that you can use in order to determine the workload at your university. In terms of the student-staff ratios, you can look at the ratios. These are numbers from DET. From 2008 to 2021, we can see that there is an increase in the student ed count, right? So it creates a problem when there's an increase in the student ed count. It means that we're going to be sitting with large class sizes, and we as lecturers, we don't like that. So if you look at how the numbers are increasing, it was about 799,000 in 2008, and it's gone to over 1 million in 2021. Just in that period, a change of more than 268,000, and the percentage increase is 34%. So the student ed count is increasing more than the staff ed count. It means that you're going to be sitting with large class sizes. Well, I did an exercise at DUT in the faculty that I sit in, and I've been monitoring the student-staff ratio, and you can see it's increasing year on year. And in 2024, we're sitting at approximately 1:80. So our faculty is like the cash cow of the university, where they want us to have high numbers, so faculties like health sciences can have the small numbers. Okay, so in terms of large class sizes, we know that we want to open access, right? So we need to bring in people, we need to bring in students, there are transformation initiatives, and the reality is that we have large classes. But research tells us when we have large classes, there's weak student engagement, there's decreased depth of learning, there's ineffective interactions. And our system assists those lecturers that have large classes. It favors you if you have a large class, so it doesn't give you so many courses. So in terms of how you break it down, the main breakdown, like from 2001, was teaching and learning, research, and community service. Those are the big three pillars, right? So recent research, 2023, it's broken down into subject teaching, course design and administration, committee and professional involvement, cooperative education, research involvement, consultation, community service, personal professional development. So different universities are using different categories, but essentially it's teaching and learning, research, and community service. We did a benchmarking exercise with a number of universities, international and local, Adelaide, South Wales, Montreal, TUT, UKZN, DUT, Walter Sisulu University, and we looked at the categories of teaching and learning, research, outreach, admin, and other. So essentially, it's like you should be spending 40% on teaching and learning, 40% on research, and 20% on other. But if you look at the blues, some universities like TUT are spending more time on teaching and learning, and some are even UKZN as well, and even international universities like South Wales. Like for TUT, there's a 40-hour work week, while we at DUT have a 37.5-hour work week. So it varies from university to universities. Okay, so our system makes use of DET formula, right? So remember, we are universities, we need to be compliant with DET, they are our bosses, and we use the DET system in our algorithm, okay? So we use the DET formula in our algorithm. So teaching workload, okay, we look at teaching and learning, research, community engagement, and administration. So our system is based on those 4 categories that's prescribed by the Department of Higher Education. Okay, so under teaching and learning, okay, research and innovation, community engagement, and administrative activities like committee work, faculty management, and governance. So the teaching and learning aspect, DET further breaks it down. Okay, so this formula is in our algorithm, and we allocate the workload based on this formula, okay? And this formula is given by DET. It's on Google, you can Google it, it's available to every university, okay? It's contact hours, the CN, the PR is hours of preparation, the CS is actual class size, and the NS is normal class size. And then you subtract tutorial hours and you add the hours that you have for work integrated learning. So this is like not negotiable. It's coming from DET. We have to use it because they are using it, okay? When DET is asking reports from universities, this is how it's calculated. So our system now is able to provide DET reports without asking you to fill in tedious forms. So we're taking away work that you as an academic, you know, we complain about admin. So we're taking away the admin from you, and we're asking the system to give you the answers, okay? The system to provide those reports that DET is requesting, because our system is based on the DET formula. Okay, so at DUT, I just gave you a breakdown of how we are looking at the different roles in our university. We have junior lecturer, lecturer, senior lecturer, associate director, associate professor, director, senior director, HOD, and deputy dean. These are the roles in our university. It can vary from university to university. And what we consider as teaching and learning, what we consider as research, what we consider as engagement and partnership, and what we consider as leadership and administration. Now, those categories are the DET categories and how DET breaks it up. So I showed you a slide on how literature breaks it up. You can have maybe 30 or 40 different categories, but essentially it comes down to teaching and learning, research and innovation, engagement, partnership, and leadership and administration. And for each role, we worked out the hours. So if you look at the total hour column for teaching and learning for a junior lecturer, it's 22 hours. And for a professor or an associate professor, it's 17. And it gives you the breakdown of how we get it. And if you have that role in your university, your teaching workload will not exceed those number of hours. And we make sure, so we enforce compliance through the system, and we ensure that you don't exceed those number of hours. Okay, so this is one of the screenshots from our system, and it's giving you the totals of the spreadsheet that I showed you, and I gave you an example of how we calculated the total, and everybody must do 37.5 hours in a week. And there's some universities with some outrageous hours, like 100 hours a week, 40 hours a week, 80 hours a week, 300 hours a week. We don't understand how you're getting those hours when we are mandated to work 37.5 hours. We all know we want to increase the hours to show how hard we're working. But in terms of labor law, I mean, we could be taken to the cleaners for that. If we're submitting those values to show we're doing so much of research, we're attending conference in USA, we're traveling so many hours, we're putting it into our workload. I mean, let's be reasonable. So we thought of a very realistic system, simple, zero training. So all our systems that we do, data lakehouse, DED set-math reporting system, fair load, zero training. And Prof. Olu and myself, we are so fed up of being ripped off by software companies. And you know, these companies, you tell them, change the date, they'll tell you, bill 2 million rand to change the date. Now, so we're trying to change that. And I think our system will show it. Okay, so some of the principles of fair load is based on preferences. So lecturers can choose their preference for taking a course. If they choose from 1 to 5, if they are 5, means they're strong, and they'll be given the course. If they're not sure, and they'll say, okay, I'll give it a 1 or a 2. So there is a preference level. And then we take into consideration the credit value, the class sizes, and it acknowledges lecturers assigned courses with higher credit value and higher class sizes, and it will not exceed the maximum teaching load. And each course must be assigned to 1 lecturer. So we don't have any spare courses in the end with no lecturers teaching it. We make sure that everything is consumed, and our algorithm ensures that. Okay, every lecturer must receive at least 1 course allocation. Some of the art constraints, you can't exceed more than 37.5 hours because that's your workload for the week. And no lecturer will take a workload more than the department ideal value. So we create a departmental ideal value because sometimes in a department, you might be teaching more because there might be more courses and fewer lecturers. But you don't want to be teaching so much more that somebody is teaching so much less. You're going to feel it's unfair. So we look at a departmental ideal value. So more or less, you're teaching the same workload that your colleagues are teaching. So it doesn't become unfair, and you're not comparing yourself to another department that might have fewer courses and adequate number of lecturers. And these things happen in a university for various reasons that we can't explain. Okay, so preferences, as I explained, the 5 preferences you must choose, and then the system will also consider seniority. So our algorithm is the mathematical optimization algorithm that we're using. The objective was to maximize preference-weighted course assignments. Each lecturer can't exceed the max hours, must teach at least 1 course. For each lecturer, we calculate the contact hours, the students, the total weekly load, the assigned course codes. We make sure that at least 50% of the lecturers have given their preferences. So you'll have a preference window open, and you'll have a preference window open, and you're struggling to get your staff to complete it. So we're not going to wait. If it's a majority rule, more than 50% put the preferences, we allocate what you get. You would have to take it because you didn't come and say what you want, okay? So these are the reports. We have reports for lecturers, reports for courses. We have allocation. We have statistics. We have timesheet. So the timesheet there that we're talking about is the DED timesheet that all of us fill every year, okay? The MS timesheet, okay? That's generated from our system. So nobody can come and ask you for timesheets anymore. It's coming from the system itself. Yeah, okay, so this is the presentation. So I think we can play the video.
Any questions?
Let's play the video first. We want to show you how simple the system is.
System designed for fair and efficient course and venue allocation, as well as lecturer workload management. Public access includes analytics and the dashboard. On the dashboard, the system ensures transparency by giving a high-level view of staff teaching hours, student enrollment, and total workload for the week. Under analytics, we move beyond simple statistics to comprehensive reports. Here, users will be able to view reports for lecturer workloads, courses, venues and their usage, allocations and statistics, with risk indicators highlighting imbalances within a department. And lastly, timesheets for administration. The system generates detailed timesheets that can be batch exported as a PDF. Under Preferences is where lecturing staff will log in. On this page, they will need to select a minimum of 3 course preferences per semester, rating courses by how strongly they would like to lecture, ranging from not preferred to highly preferred. They will need to do this whilst the preference window is still open. Once it is closed, preferences are saved and cannot be edited. Here, staff can view preferences across their department for transparency. Under Manager is where HODs log in. Here, they set the parameters for the preference window. such as the start and end date, the maximum credits which translate to teaching hours. At DUT, 4 credits relate to 1 hour of teaching, the number of weeks in a semester and maximum teaching hours per semester. These parameters will guide the allocation process. The role section defines the weekly hour distribution for different ranks. These hours amount to 37.5 hours a week and cannot be exceeded. Under staff, the system defaults to display the faculty, department, and staff related to the HOD logged in, to which they can then edit and add staff as well as print the list of staff in their department. Under courses, HODs can view the campus, venue, and courses that are being taught and can filter them by campus. The allocate function is the system's core. HODs can browse staff preferences and run the allocation for lecturers. The allocation can be run as many times during the preference window, but once it is closed, allocations are finalized and enforceable. The system tries to balance the workloads, such as heavy semester 1 enrollment loads are balanced with lighter semester 2 enrollment loads, or they are balanced in both semesters. The system also calculates an ideal workload. This ensures no one is overwhelmed by a high course load, creating a fair load even if preferences aren't submitted. Faculty officers will run the allocations for lecture venues per campus. These allocations can then be exported. With 4 distinct access levels, the system ensures public transparency for lecturers while providing restricted, high-level control for HODs and faculty officers. From managing staff roles in research and leadership to optimizing venue usage at 98% efficiency, Fairload is more than a tool. By facilitating efficient course and venue allocation across the university, it empowers staff and management to maintain fair and balanced teaching workloads.
Okay, thank you. That was Fairload. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Naika, for sharing your valuable insights into the challenges of academic workload management, as well as the institution efficiency within higher education. Can we have one question, please? One. Thank you.
All who can answer the question as well. We need another mic.
Have you conceptualized? Now it's on. Okay. Sorry about that. Prof, have you, and this is beautiful, I just want to check, have you conceptualized other use cases beyond the university environment, such as in the schooling environment where they have similar kind of guidelines of how teachers need to be loaded, and principals often have to deal with that challenge. And now that we're thinking about commercialization, maybe that's the next path. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof, for that question. So we from a university environment, we understand university environment very well, right? So what better than 2 computer science professors to take on this challenge of solving that problem? So we saw the problem and we decided not to fold our arms while our colleagues complain, is to try and find a solution to the problem. And I think Fairload is a solution to the problem. Remember, we're piloting the product at DUT currently. We are open to any university that want to pilot it, so we'll allow you to pilot this product for free at your university. So you all can approach Prof. Olu or myself, and we can do a free pilot for you for this product. And we can customize it as well in terms of what you're doing at your university. So in terms of other domain areas, I think we open. It will definitely work with Fed colleges and schools. So we open to that. So our first priority is to get it out into many universities as possible as free, right? And then we would target the Fed colleges and schools as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, some good news. We will be breaking for lunch now. Okay? May I please ask that you allow the board in front to disembark first before leaving the venue. It is 12:20 now, so we will meet back here at, I'd say, 1:30 to reconvene. Thank you, everyone.
When you say my name, no wild rush, no falling through, just a softer world when I'm close to you. Too fast, too bright, leaves a shadow in the morning and disappears by light. But you move different, slow and deep, like something I can trust, like something I can keep. Not a fever.
I want to start here. I want to look like.
You make it warm. Need to run in the silence of your eyes. Don't come undone. You don't ask me to be less. You don't ask me to pretend. You just stand there in your truth and let the healing in. I have searched through empty rooms for a feeling I could hold. Now it lives inside your presence, tender, steady, gold. You feel like home to me. Not a place, not a dream. Just a light I never knew was waiting underneath.
2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, sound check 1, 2. Two, 1, 2. 2. 2 2 1 2.
No danger in your touch, no fear in your kiss. Only that deep calm I never knew I missed. You don't pull me under, you don't let me drown. You hold me like the night holds the quiet down, and all the scattered pieces start to breathe as one. Like love was never chaos, just waiting to become. You feel like home to me, not a place, not a dream. It's the light I never knew was waiting underneath. You feel like home to me, soft and slow and true. Not the fire that leaves a mark, the warmth that come back to. But you move different, slow and deep, like something I can trust, like something I can keep. No thunder, no flame, just a quiet place when you say my name. Salt on my skin, wind in my hair. Something begins, floating somewhere, slow in the tide, soft in the blue. I close my eyes, I fall into you. There's an ocean inside me, calling your name. There's a rhythm that finds me again and again. There's an ocean inside me, pulling me close. I don't need to fight it, I just let go, 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 go. Waves in my chest, pulling me deep. No need to fight, no need to speak. Salt on my skin, wind in my hair. Something remains floating in air. Soft light on the wall, slow heat in the room. Nothing has to break, nothing has to bloom. Your shadow near mine, breathing in the dark. A quiet kind of love leaves the deepest mark. I have known the rush, I have known the fall, the kind that burns bright, then leaves nothing at all. turn this into fire. I don't need to fall apart to feel a true desire, but this feels different. Low and true, like peace has a rhythm, and it moves like you. Soft light on the wall, slow heat in the room. Nothing has to break when love arrives this smooth. Slow light on your shoulder, smoke moving through the room. No one says a word, but the silence makes room. Your shadow meets mine, then slips away again. Something in the distance pulls me closer in. I don't know your story, I don't need your name. There's a language in your movement, and I feel it all the same. Every glance you give me leaves a trace in the air, like a spark with no fire, like a touch that isn't there. You never crossed the line, still the line got thin, and I felt the whole night turning under my skin. It's in the way you breathe, it's in the way you turn, how your body says nothing, but still lets the tension burn. still feel you.
Silver on the water, blue across the sky. Something moves between us without asking why.
Soft upon the silence, slow beneath the skin.
Like the night already knew where this love begins.
I don't wanna hold you like something I could own. I just wanna feel you like light inside my bones.
I don't need to name it, I don't need control. Some connections find us below the level of the soul. Two currents meeting, two rivers wide. No fear between us, no place to hide. You came like stillness after too much sound, turning all my restless edges soft and unbound.
You came like moonlight over open sea, and not to take my freedom,
but to move inside of me. No chains, no promises, heavy on the heart.
just a deeper knowing from the very start.
Love is not possession. Love is not a cage. It's the space between two spirits meeting on the same wave, under the same moon. We become one tide, not losing who we are, just opening wide, under the same moon. We don't have to hold. Love is shared energy, turning dark to gold.
Your breath feels like water, cool against my flame.
Your heart feels like heaven without a need for name.
Nothing here is forced,
Nothing here is loud,
just the truth between us.
moving through the clouds. If I touch your spirit and you touch mine too, then the night is giving us all we need from truth. Under the same moon, we become one tide, not losing who we are, just opening wide, under the same moon. We don't have to hold. Love is shared energy, turning dark to gold.
Two rivers, one motion,
Two hearts
one motion.
under the same moon. We keep flowing on. Silver on the water, blue across the sky. Something stays between us, and it never has to hide.
the skies, only the rhythm, open and wide. I am not lonely, I am not lost. I am the echo, I am the pulse. I found myself inside the drum, where all my shadows come undone. I found my fire inside the sound, where what was broken turns around. Inside the drum, inside the night, I came apart, I came alive. Then comes the rhythm, low and alive, pulling my body back into life. Smoke in the air, light on the skin. I close my eyes, I'm still within.
Crowded room, golden haze, strangers moving in the same old way. And the air changed, soft and slow, like the past had found me in the undertow. I saw you standing across the light, not close enough to touch, too close to call it nothing. No words between us, no need to speak. Years fell open in one silent look. You are the same calm in a different shade. I felt the softness, still I felt the grace of something unfinished that time could not erase. The music held us for one small breath, like memory dancing with what was left. One silent look, and the whole night turned. All that we buried, all that was burned. One silent look, no touch, no goodbye, just love in its oldest form, passing through my eyes. No words between us, no need to speak. Years fell open in one silent look. Crowded room, golden haze, you were there, then slipped away. Neon on the glass, midnight in my veins. The city keeps on moving, but it don't know my name. Headlights lie like water over tired streets below. I could drive inside the silence, let the deep night take control. Every light that passes feels like something I once knew. A half-remembered feeling that keeps leading back to you. Not your hands around me, not your body in my arms, just the shape of your presence, still surviving in the dark. The buildings breathing color, the windows flash and fade, and I turn this empty motion into the This is my neon prayer. Running through the night. Your memory in the mirrors, turning dark to light. This is my neon prayer. Soft against the blue. Hide away as the night to keep you. I just let it move me through. Every light that passes feels like something I once knew. A half-remembered feeling that keeps leading back to you. Neon on the glass, midnight in my veins. The city keeps on moving, and I am doing the same. Night on my shoulders, blue in my veins. No more resisting, no more calling your name. Wind on the water, stars hanging low. Something is opening, into the night I go. I used to fear the dark, like it would take from me, like every empty hour would pull me underneath. But now the silence moves, like a softer kind of truth, not here to break me down, just here to lead me through. No walls around my heart, no need to fight the tide. I let the shadows breathe, stay too long in rooms gone cold, calling it love, calling it home. Hell broken light inside my hands, waiting for change that never came. I wore my silence like a second skin. Learn how to hurt slow. Learn how not to feel. Smile through the damage. Move through the days. Kept telling my soul this was the only way. But the night got honest and the beat cut through. Showed me the way I was dragging through. So I forgive the stay, I forgive the fear, I forgive the younger man who needed someone near. I forgive the blindness, I forgive the pain, I forgive the empty prayer I whispered in the rain. No shame in the breaking, no shame in the bend. Some hearts learn mercy at the very end. I forgive the stay, I forgive the scars. I was only trying to hold together what was hard. I forgive the stay, now I let go. What did not love me fully doesn't get to own my soul. No blame in my mouth, no fire in my chest, just a softer truth settling in my breath. I don't need revenge, I don't need a sign. Peace is a slow river running through my spine. I was not weak, I was only warm, and something in this rhythm is making me reborn. I forgive the stay, I forgive the scars. I was only trying to hold together what was hard. I forgive the stay, now I let it go. What did not love me fully doesn't get to own my soul. So I forgive the staying, I forgive the fear, I forgive the younger man who needed someone near. I stayed too long. Now I walk free. The night is behind me and the beat is carrying me.
Silver on the glass. Night is breathing wide as the city fades behind. Hands loose on the wheel. Heart learning how to heal. No one calling me back. No one pulling me down. I leave the noise behind. I leave the weight behind. Miles falling under me like a prayer in motion. Windows open wide, cool wind in my hair. There's a freedom in the dark I can finally leeway. No walls, no room, no name to defend. Just the road ahead and the rhythm within. Every light I pass feels lighter than before. Every breath I take opens up one more door. I don't need a reason, I don't need a sign. The night is enough now to quiet my mind. I can feel the space growing in my chest. What I could not say, silence says best. Open, open sky, carry me tonight. Let the dark turn gold. Let me come alive. Open sky, nothing left to hide. I become the wind. I become the light. Far from the old rooms, far from the old sound. Only the engine low, only the pulse now. No fear in my hands, no ache in my mouth. Only this moving truth taking me out. The city is small now. The stars are near, and for the first time, the night feels clear. Open road, open sky, carry me tonight. Let the dark turn gold. Let me come alive. Open road, open sky, nothing left to hide. I become the wind. I become the light. I leave the noise behind. I leave the weight behind. Miles falling under me like a prayer in motion. Streetlights passing slow. Silver on the glass. Night is breathing wide, and I am breathing back.
Faces in the dark, shadows in the smoke. Everybody moving, nobody comes close. Light across the floor, cold against my skin. A room full of people, and I'm alone within. They laugh, they turn, they disappear in sound. But something in me stays still, even when the beat goes round. I've tried to speak my heart, drum came low, like it knew my name. And the bass moved through me, like a steady flame. No questions from the music, no need to explain. It holds what I don't say, it carries what remains. Every quiet room, every hidden part finds a place to breathe. Inside the rhythm's dark, I don't need to be seen, I don't need to be saved. I just need this moment, the way the groove behaves. The music knows me better than I speak. It finds the words in me when I feel too weak. Oh, the music knows me under all the noise. It holds my broken silence and gives it back a voice. No one in this room can touch what I conceal, but the night and the drum know exactly what I feel. There's a kind of mercy in the low end sway, like the dark is saying, you don't have to turn away. I let my body listen, I let my spirit move, and what I couldn't tell the world comes alive inside the groove. The music knows me better than I speak. It finds the words in me when I feel too weak. Oh, the music knows me under all the noise. It holds my broken silence and gives it back a voice. And the drum came low, like it knew my name. And the bass moved through me like a steady flame. Faces in the dark, shadows in the storm. Everybody moving, and the music comes close.
you say my name. No wild rush, no falling through. Just a softer world when I'm close to you. I have known the kind of love that burns too fast, too bright, leaves a shadow in the morning and disappears by light. But you move different, slow and deep, like something I can trust, like something I can keep. Not a fever, not a storm. You don't shake my soul apart. You make it warm. In the stillness of your arms, I don't need to run. In the silence of your eyes, I don't come undone. You don't ask me to be less. You don't ask me to pretend. You just stand there in your truth and let the healing in. I have searched through empty rooms for a feeling I could hold. Now it lives inside your presence, tender, steady, gold. You feel like home to me. Not a place, not a dream. Just a light I never knew was waiting underneath. You feel like home to me, soft and slow and true. Not the fire that leaves a mark, but the warmth I come back to. No danger in your touch, no fear in your kiss. Only that deep calm I never knew I missed. You don't pull me under, you don't let me drown. You hold me like the night holds the quiet down, and all the scattered pieces start to breathe as one. Like love was never chaos, just waiting to become. You feel like home to me. Not a place, not a dream. It's the light I never knew was waiting underneath. You feel like home to me. Soft and slow and true. Not the fire that leaves a mark, but the warmth I come back to. But you move different, slow and deep, like something I can trust, like something I can keep. No thunder, no flame, just a quiet place when you say my name. Salt on my skin, wind in my hair. Something begins, floating somewhere. Slow in the tide, soft in the blue. Raising my chest, pulling me deep. No need to fight, no need to speak. You're in the air, you're in the flow, moving through me like I should know. No shame, no name, just how it feels. Something so quiet, something so real. I let it rise, I let it go. Like every current starts to show, no fear to hold, no past to keep. I give my body to the deep. Every heartbeat turns to sound. Every silence spins around. There's an ocean inside me, calling your name. There's a rhythm that finds me again and again. There's an ocean inside me, pulling me close. I don't need to fight it, I just let go, 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 go. Fading light, drifting slow, where I am.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. I hope everybody had a good lunch. So just a recap from our previous session before lunch. So across the presentation, speakers highlighted the growing importance of interdisciplinary research, innovation, and collaboration between academia, industry, and funding partners. A strong focus emerged on how postgraduate students and researchers are being supported to develop real-world solutions in areas such as artificial intelligence, education, language technology, healthcare, infrastructure, agriculture, and drone-based applications. Several speakers emphasized the balance between academic research output and applied innovation, including commercialization, while also showcasing how student-led and researcher-driven projects are addressing societal challenges. Overall, these sessions demonstrated the value of investing in research ecosystems that develop skills, encourage innovation, and translate knowledge into impactful, practical solutions for communities. We will now begin with our panel discussion introduction, Closing the Gap, Unpacking the Challenges of Research Commercialization in Higher Education Institutions. So one of the biggest challenges facing higher education institutions globally is bridging the divide between research outputs and real-world implementation. While universities continue to produce groundbreaking research, many innovations struggle to reach commercial viability due to barriers relating to funding, intellectual property, partnerships, infrastructure, and market access. This panel will discuss and unpack these challenges while also exploring practical strategies for strengthening research commercialization in South Africa's higher education ecosystem. I'd like to introduce our moderator, Mr. Andy Nkaba, the Executive Director of the UCT Financial Innovation Hub, who will lead this important conversation. Mr. Andy Nkaba. Our panelists today include Prof. Ostjan Jokona, the Department of Information Systems at UWC. If you may please come up as I introduce you. Dr. Naledi Galant, the founder of NNAKKI, Professor Olihle Sebolai, the director of SPU Research Office at Sol Plaatje University, and last but not least, our very own Dr. Hendricks, a lecturer in information technology at CPUT. Naledi Galant?
Oh, yeah.
I mentioned
and
her.
it's Anda, not Andy.
Did I say Andy?
You said Andy.
Oh, Anda, I'm sorry,
It's
Anda.
okay.
You've got 30 minutes, Anda.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Anda Ngaba. Like she said, I serve as the Executive Director of the Financial Innovation Hub, and I'm very happy here to be in the presence of such esteemed panelists that I guess have different experience on different sides of the commercialization spectrum as we see it here in South Africa. So I'm just going to start off by asking a question to Dr. Naledi. I'll start off with you, and really we'll just have a general conversation with everyone. So my opening question is, why do so many promising research outputs fail to reach market? And where do you think the pipeline actually breaks?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nabagazi Galada Naledi. I come from the Office of Technology Transfer at University Walter Sisulu. So I've been in the space from governance, incubators, and now technology transfer. And my observation is that most often at university environment, we often chase research funding without necessarily thinking end products. I think the professors earlier did allude to the system in the university in terms of promotions, in terms of publication incentives, whereas we don't have the same for innovation. And also the lack of having that industry partner or product in mind also result to us just researching for publications and not, if by chance, sometimes it happens by chance, that there's a product or there's an opportunity to commercialize. And by the time it's too late. And also the time it takes to conduct research to perhaps get to the level where an industrial commercial partner is interested is then too late. By the time the industry is interested, probably the innovation, there are other advancement, and maybe China or other entities have already overtaken us. So usually that also contributes to major failures. But also there are other factors, obviously institutional arrangements, policy directives, the fragmented system, funding gaps, because you get a small portion maybe just for early stage research. Then you reach a milestone, then there's a gap. You don't have prototype development. There's no commercialization plan, and obviously researchers get tired, or the leading professor or the champion of that research leave the institution, then it becomes a vicious cycle. I'll just pause there. Thank you.
No, thank you, Doctor. Sorry again for getting your name wrong. We had issues with just the list of the panelists. But really, just to latch on to what you're saying, I do agree that the incentive mechanism is incorrect at a few universities, and that's something that we really do need to address. So I'm going to direct this next question to both Prof. Jokoye and Prof. from Sol Plaatje University. And really what I want to frame to you guys is that universities incentivize publication over commercialization. Does that unintentionally crowd out market impact? If so, how do we change it without compromising research integrity?
Okay, I think I agree with the first speaker in that commercialization is also linked to incentives. So I think we have seen a lot happening in universities where a person can graduate with a PhD without any publication. which forced now some universities to move to PhD by publication. So on that line, I think we can change the policies or incentives to make sure that a person who is commercializing a product can also be recognized as an output for a PhD. So I don't think it's cast in stone. It's only about looking at a model that works, because if you look on the global north, it's very rare for someone to be given a PhD if you don't have an output that is recognized. But I think we have a lot to discuss, because in terms of curriculum, they have to align with the output that you want to get. So I appreciate that.
Great, thank you for that response. The next question I want to field to you, sir, is technology transfer offices exist at most universities, as we all know, but one issue we have is that capacity varies enormously. What's the minimum viable infrastructure university needs to actually commercialize research?
All right, thank you for the opportunity, and good day to the audience. From my point of view, in terms of research officers, what's important is to have the right personnel, where, for example, if you have somebody that's not an expert in that field, it could delay the speed at which you need to move. The policy environment is quite critical in this instance, where, for example, if maybe you have an investor that comes in, with your IP policy, you could then begin to cover things related to, profit sharing. But then again, the infrastructure is quite critical. Some institutions would have innovation spaces, and that is part of the infrastructure that you need to be able to support, the environment, the ecosystem.
Thank you, Prof. I want to give this question to you, Dr. Walden. Thank you for hosting us, by the way. So the question I have to you is based on the response we just got. We're speaking a lot about industry also coming to the table and investors. So how can industry become more involved earlier in the research process? And what would make that partnership generally useful for both industry and the university rather than just transactional?
Right, thank you for that question. I think when we look at how we look at industry, it should be that industry should be involved at the early stage of the innovation product that you're looking at, and not at the later stage. And I think just to touch base on, I think if I recall yesterday the minister spoke about the value of debt. And that value of debt is where you fall into that trap as academic. You start a product, and then later on, it's not about running out of the funding, but it's that hand process that industry and the academia should talk to each other, and that's reaching the gap, right? And so when you look at that, it's where you, as the academic, can get more support by focusing on the process, where you have your TTO office, technology transfer officers, being the broker in the whole process, and actually watching how everything goes from the start to the finish. And I think that would really help a researcher not feel like, when researchers publish, they feel like, I don't want to publish now yet because I might, did I call this career risk, because you don't want to be, that person that published something and then that product is not really out there yet. So it's about thinking about that, seeking how we can align all these processes together and work with each other step by step. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I think, given everything that's been said, obviously with any product or research that needs to be commercialized, we have to play within the confines and the frameworks of the existing legislation. So a question I'll frame to all of my panelists is, what role do you guys think government should play? Is it a funding issue? Is it regulation? Is it coordination? Or is it something more fundamental than that?
No, thank you for the opportunity once again. I just want to, respond by reflecting at my own institution. So Blackie was established about 14 years ago, and 6 years ago, that's when we established the research office, right? And only 3 years ago, we had the TTO office, and only last year, we had the IP policy in place. So you can see that we are still a new university trying to have systems in place. And I can just reflect on the support that we've received from government. Just yesterday, I think it's May Mwasheng from NIPMO. She spoke about the IRP 2010 policy that came out that led to the establishment of NIPMO. And she eloquently explained how NIPMO can support research officers. And we're able to lean on NIPMO and leverage the support, where we're able to appoint personnel in our office. And part of the funding that we received was towards IP awareness. So we are quite grateful to government through the funding that we have received, and being here today in front of colleagues from MICT. We're also quite grateful because we are in the process of formalizing an SLA, and part of the plan that we have through the MICT is to establish a learning lab out in Uppington. And if you think about Uppington, it's one of those underdeveloped places on the margins of society. And with this learning lab, we want to get high schoolers and expose them to high-tech equipment, so that we catch them early at that stage, so that by the time they make a decision of going to university, they can come to a place such as our Salt Lake University.
Okay, I think I can add on what he's saying. The government plays a role, but also universities, they have to come up with the formulas. I was one of the first candidates to work with MICT in 2019 or 2020. Worked well with the CEO. I think we disagreed on many things, and we find each other. One of the issues was refusing to fund the undergraduate, saying we only fund masters. Then I says, do they drop from heaven, the masters, or they come from the undergraduate? So the government policies, and UWC, to be honest, is the university of the poor of the poor. Who knows very well about it. Most of my students, they've got debt, not because they want, so to me, it touches me a lot. So when the CEO saw me being emotional because I'm on the ground. So what we discussed, in 2019, I signed an MOU with SETA. Then I became the steering committee. Then I said, SETA, bring your project here. My students will do them, pay them a stipend, accommodation, and fees. I had to leave all the other work. We developed a contract management for SETA, which is being used by Sarah, which is now a national project. So what I'm saying, as universities, we need to be innovative. We don't want to be given money without coming with an output. I've seen a lot of innovations that have been presented here. But the bigger challenge again, the financial year for government starts in April, and the university starts in January. So that is causing a problem, because all funding that we get from MICT it pays debt, not attracting new students, which is a challenge, because if you don't have funding, those students will go to those former rich universities as we remain with the poor students. So please, I think the alignment, if we are to get bursaries, why can't we get them around maybe by November or latest, so that we take a student knowing that there is funding, not to take a student, then the student end up in debt, and I don't know what to do with that student. So there is a lot, I think, discussing some of these issues, I think we will find one another. There is a lot of potential, mostly for government and universities. The issue of IP is not much when I'm dealing with the government than dealing with the private sector, because I'm funded by government. So I will end there.
If I may contribute, I think Department of Science and Innovation, for example, they've put a target of 1.5 investment in R&D. And I think for the longest time, we've struggled to reach even 1%. And in my view, it's pretty much because that was relying only on government, or at least to a greater extent on government. My view is that perhaps if government can try and make it a policy directive to say, at least industry contribute a certain percentage, at least let's meet each other halfway, because industry will not, obviously they have their own challenges, they will never voluntarily contribute to that unless perhaps the government does kind of, in a way, pull them into that. That's one. Secondly, as much as we appreciate the different funding instruments from government, but I feel that to a greater extent, the red tape, the fragmentation, it really puts a lot of burden within the university. For example, I'm managing technology transfer office. It only covers me for IP management. I rely on other funds for the actual research and prototype development. So as much as I have money for patents, but if I'm not getting the pipeline, then you're sitting with a patent money that you cannot utilize. And TIA will say, okay, I'm not funding basic research only to a certain, maybe from TRL 3 upwards. Now, researchers don't have NRF funds, and I have $1 million or plus that I can't spend because there are no prototypes. So maybe we need to find a way to say, all government funding, let's perhaps, if I'm getting SETA funding, I'm getting TIA funding, I'm getting SIDFA, let's have one table to say, okay, a certain portion will take us from this route to this route, rather than just having money and then it's sitting there and there's no proper utilization. Because now it then kind of creates, I don't know what will be the right word for it, but it also frustrates the system. And again, please, especially for the executives who are sitting here, government and also universities, we have a main challenge of the procurement systems at universities. And unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about it. I'll get MICT funding. I'm requested to spend within 12 months. And then I have a procurement system that says you cannot spend unless you have 3 quotations. Imagine a student needs to develop a prototype, maybe that needs them, they maybe need to buy equipment for 50K. Procurement system adds probably 50% markup on that. It's throwing us off, and we're losing time and we're losing resources. So I'm always pleading, and I'm hoping even my fellow colleagues will really join me to say that let's reform as universities. Universities are becoming entrepreneurial. Let's start operating like that. And as a result, due to the bureaucratic system at universities, it also shunning away investments, especially from industries. Because now, no industries is expecting to wait 6 months for their KPI to be achieved. And they'll go to other institutions that are performing, or to private skills development partners, because university systems are so bureaucratic. Thank you.
No, thank you, Doctor. And I guess we'll just have a closing round now. I want all of you guys to be as creative as possible to think about this in an ideal world. If you could change one thing in the next 12 months, policy, funding, institutional culture, like you mentioned, Doctor, what would it be and why? I'll give all of you guys 45 seconds each. I'll start here.
I think policies are important because they drive outcomes. So I think we need to look at the policies, either the curriculum itself, if it's wrong, it does not align with the agenda of the OIR.
I also want to echo the point of, policies. If you look at the promotion criteria, emphasis is placed on, teaching and research, and perhaps we need to have a rethink of what is, academic excellence, and maybe try to elevate as well the commercialization aspect.
I would say we need a very urgent realignment of our curricula. My view is that if we really bring closer industry, we'll probably make a huge contribution in terms of reducing the unemployment. We're sitting with students who are innovating, but the reality is that government is not adopting those innovations. The public sector, the private sector is also not adopting those. So if, at least maybe from the government perspective, like at municipalities, there's a lot of innovations that are applicable here, even at municipality level. But if we can scan the environment, very few of those make up to that. So if we can maybe start practicalizing these and ensure that we're not just talking about policy, but actually applying so that it actually addresses our socioeconomic challenges. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sis. I'm the last one. I think what we should also focus on is where a researcher also has the business interest. So the business skills of the technology that you want to use need also to be maybe be adapted so that you understand really what's the business world out there and think like that. Other thing also would be the co-creation, where I would say if we have a curriculum outcomes, those outcomes should be in a way co-created with the industry. So when the student goes out there, he has those skills that the industry want, and that already would make his employment much better and stand better for employment. Because I know there's this thing about work experience. You have to have 3 years work experience. But if you walk, like I said, the path with the industry and you have that co-creation of that curriculum, then that would make that student be employed because this is what the industry would want based on the outcome. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, guys, you heard it from the practitioners themselves. I hope in 12 months, a lot of this can be achieved. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Anda Mkaba. And thank you to all the panelists for an engaging and insightful discussion. The conversation not only highlighted some key barriers facing research commercialization within higher education, but also unpacked some realistic and practical solutions to help bridge the gap between research and real-world impact. A particularly insightful moment was the discussion around the panelists in terms of what they would change over the next 12 months, which reflected on a range of policy reform, changes to promotion criteria, and rethinking academic excellence, and the realignment of curricula to better support innovation. Okay. Next on our agenda is the introduction of 4 new Industrial Revolution research chairs. As South Africa continues positioning itself within the global digital economy, the establishment of new research chairs represents an important investment in innovation, research leadership, and future-focused development. These research chairs will play a critical role in advancing technological solutions, interdisciplinary collaboration, and innovation ecosystems that respond to national and global challenges. Please join me in welcoming Nelson Mandela University, UNISA, Sol Plaatje University, and Eduvos. So Dr. Musia will do the introduction of the new research chairs we will be onboarding.
Half my job is done. Thank you for helping me with that. Good afternoon, everyone. Not sure, maybe I'm the only one who did not get a memo. I don't know. I hear everyone has got an AI voice somehow. You know, I'm seated there. I'm like, do I have one for this? For the Symposium. So Ugugu must have told us that we must go via the MICT offices for installation or something. Next time we know for the AI voice. So good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Tsepang Musia. I'm from the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. I'm also part of the MICT SETA ICT and Innovation Committee. So I will be facilitating the session. I know we were allocated about 40 minutes according to the program. So I'm hoping that we are going to try and stick to that time box. I will do my best, and I hope to get some cooperation from my fellow research chairs who are being introduced here. Now, I think just to connect this session and also to get the flow. Yesterday, very interesting presentation and also inputs that came from, I think, Naomi from NIPMO around IPR Act, but also the intellectual property management framework and what it means for innovators. That to me was an important takeaway. But also the panelists that we had, I think yesterday, they addressed a number of very important topics related to the IPR Act. I think the whole topic about publicly funded IP that sits in universities, how do you access that and make sure that it's exploitable, it's available to entrepreneurs. That was a key takeaway. But just this morning, the existing research chairs who came forward, you will all agree, very good work, very impactful work that we see happening in universities. And I was telling one of our board members, it is really significant work. It is really encouraging to see. But I'm not sure whether we get these stories out there. Even if you listen to the inputs by UKZN and the work that they are doing around decision support tools, University of Cape Town on fintech, innovation, but also the work that, that UCT is doing, and Stellenbosch and Stadio, and everyone, very exciting. So now I'm just going to introduce the new research chairs for you, but you can already see the bar has been raised very high. The expectations are real, and they are very real. So you guys are new. We'll call you the new kids in the block. But I think the expectations are really, really high, and we hope everything is going to work well for you guys. So now I would use the next session just to allow yourselves to introduce who you are, your background, very, very briefly. 1 minute each, you know, your professional background and skills, but also your institutional mandate as it relates to 4th IR, because that's what we are about here today. Just very, very briefly. Then I'm going to just ask our research chairs one question each, at most about 3 minutes, and I'm going to close the session. Just as a way of introduction, let me just make these remarks. I'm sure on behalf of the MICT SETA board, and also the executive and team management that is really leading this kind of work within the SETA. So when MICT SETA started this research chair initiative, was first established, and it began with a very bold and a focused vision to strengthen research innovation, digital capability, and future-focused skills within South Africa's higher education landscape. So what began then as a strategic initiative with only 5 universities has now really expanded, and it has grown as a national ecosystem of about 20 public and private higher education institutions across the country. That's significant. It's a huge achievement. And I think we must really appreciate the work that the SETA has been doing in this particular area. But what it also does, it demonstrates not only the success of the program, but also the growing recognition that collaboration amongst SETAs, the universities, government, and industry is an essential part of our South African ecosystem, but also forms the backbone for what we are trying to create through knowledge economy and ensuring that South Africa has got a competitive edge to participate in the knowledge economy. So this expansion of research chairs reflects MICT SETA's commitment to ensure that innovation and research excellence are not just concentrated in only a few institutions, but are distributed across a broad range of actors and networks capable of driving inclusive growth, technological advancement, and a just transition and socio-economic transformation. So most importantly, it reflects our belief that universities remain central to shaping South Africa's future. They are the incubators of ideas. They are the backbone, and they will be the engines of our economic growth, and they are the key strategic partners in solving our complex societal challenges. These research chairs that we are introducing here today, we are presenting them today. They bring a unique set of strengths and skills and capabilities and innovation potential that will further strengthen our national 4IR ecosystem. It is therefore exciting, and it gives me pleasure to introduce to you the MICT SETA 4IR Research Chairs Program from these universities. We've got forward here, Nelson Mandela University. I think from Nelson Mandela, we've got Dr. Bukelwa Ngoko. And then, yes. We've got from University of South Africa, UNISA, represented by Professor Mampilo Mpahlane. From the Gordon Institute of Business Science, we've got Ms. Genevieve Pedro. Right, then from Sol Plaatje University, we've got Professor Sibulai, yes. Welcome, Professor. And lastly, EduVos is represented by Ms. Ndai Mapaso. Right. So colleagues, I'm just going to allow, let me take first, I think Dr. Bukelwa Ngoko, just introduce yourself very briefly, your background, professional background, expertise and skills as they relate to the symposium, but also the theme of this particular symposium. And I'm just going to ask you one question after that, and we move to the next colleague.
Thank you, Chair. So my name is Bukelwa Ngoko. I'm a senior lecturer at Nelson Mandela University within the School of IT, which belongs within the Engineering, Built Environment and Technology faculty. You asked about the mandate from the university. Nelson Mandela University prides itself in wanting to be a university in service of society. It will come as no surprise, therefore, that our take on 4IR would be a humanizing one, if I can leave the introduction there. So I look forward to being part of this growing ecosystem, research interests around IT governance, cybersecurity, and AI for good at the present moment.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Doctor, just briefly, whilst you are on the floor, can I throw a question to you? So what do you see as needs, and what do you see needs to be done to establish legal frameworks for data sharing, cybersecurity, and the regulation of emerging technologies to ensure safe and equitable access?
Thank you, Chair. I would propose that the frameworks are there. The legislation is there. Some guidelines are there. What could be missing, I'll borrow from the Swahili language. Apparently, I was saying this word wrong or incorrectly. A friend, a colleague corrected me. I thought it was harambe, but it's pronounced harambe. Harambe would force us as African researchers, industry, governments to actually pull together for a common African good. Leveraging that on another model that was briefly mentioned in the discussions yesterday, where one of the presenters said they're relying on the triple helix approach model for innovation or collaboration. I want to suggest perhaps we also need to modify that and probably focus more on the quadruple helix, which now also includes stakeholders, academia, industry, government, but also civil society. So those are the players that we need in that stadium. The second word I want to introduce is digital humanism. There's a growing community of researchers that trouble this. I'm also part of that community that troubles themselves with figuring out ways and prioritizing discussions around making sure that we create technologies that serve humanity. So as we develop the legal frameworks as government, are we checking to see, are we still on track with regards to that aspiration of serving humanity? As we develop those frameworks from an academic perspective, let us not leave humanity behind, and the same would apply for industry. Yes, profit is very important, but we also need to be mindful of where we're taking the continent as the small group of contributors to the IT ecosystem. Now, as I sum up my thoughts on the matter, I want to say that I'm often misunderstood on my perspective when it comes to the adoption of artificial intelligence. While I still have the floor, I do want to correct the misconception. I think AI is fantastic. But this AI, I want us to see it like a train. But this train is not the old choo-choo train. This one is the how train. Currently, it's moving at that speed. That's the fastest train I could think of in South Africa. AI is moving at that speed. A lot of the proponents for AI are cheering from behind the train, saying it's fantastic, let's all jump on board. I'm saying, perhaps from an African perspective, I want to encourage us to be, we need to be in front of the train. Because if we can see it coming, we will be forced to make choices. Which track should it follow? Who's on board? Who's going to jump off at which stops? So so I'm not saying it's bad, but it's actually good. And to close off an earlier discussion, Chair, from the discussions of today especially, knowledge is good. Commercialization is good. But the thing I want to the other factor variable I want to introduce to the conversation, we need to check how are we using this knowledge? How are we commercializing? Do these products that we create, whether in the form of knowledge or tangible solutions, are they serving humanity? My parting thoughts are, George Mazkan, I know this because my father told me. He knew that because his father told him. My concern that keeps me awake at night is that in 100 years' time, chances are my great-grandchildren will ask an AI who they are. And it's the choices that we're making now for Africa, for South Africa, that will determine the quality and the accuracy of the answer they'll get back. Yeah. So as we create these technological solutions, using AI as one example of emerging technologies, when it comes to the issue of values and ethics, AI, colleagues, I want to remind us, it mimics human behavior. AI is not Bukelo. You might find an AI that sounds like Bukelo, that looks like Bukelo, that might even talk like Bukelo, but it's not Bukelo. So we need to be conscious about the choices we're making for Africa. When it comes to values and ethics, whose values are these technologies modeled against? And whose ethics will they be modeled against? So let me end it there, Chair, with a challenge and an invitation for the collective.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ngoko. Very important remarks you make around technology sovereignty, but also using AI for human development versus human destruction. You know what is happening in Iran, Israel war, the use of drones in war, but very important point. But also another takeaway from what you've just mentioned is that AI is not inherently good. It has to be moderated. So it has to be directed. It can go this way or the other way, but very good. Thank you very much, Doctor. So now, colleagues, we'll move on to Professor Phahlane. Prof, I think this is also taking you to a similar point of discussion around using FORT-IR and emerging research areas, more so in health systems. How could this be directed to ensure we use FORT-IR to address societal challenges and ensure that it is not used for human destruction? But also, if you are able to extend your comments, Prof, you could also explain to us the whole issue of commercialization of FORT-IR and research outputs and how we strengthen partnerships between industry, academia, and government. Please go ahead, Professor, but also to introduce yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director. My name is Mambilo Pahlani, as it's been said. Kasereto ke Bijadi. I would like to take the opportunity first to appreciate MICT SETA. As you can see, the panel today, right now, is consisting of 4 women. We can see the shift and the change towards inclusivity, so this is really important. We appreciate that. I'm a professor of information systems from the University of South Africa. My focus is mostly on socio-tech, also ethics as well, surrounding how we use technology, ICT governance, etc. I think I should just get to the question directly. I think I would like us to first address the elephant in the room of youth unemployment. We really cannot emphasize innovation and commercialization without mentioning the fact that our youth is unemployed. The people who drive the future forward, the people who innovate, the people who make sure that we've got products, who bring new ideas into any area, it's the youth. Now, if our youth are sitting at home without having to do anything, scrolling their phones, doom scrolling, and not actively participating in the things that we are doing, then what is it that we are, as a society, going to do about that? What new ideas are flowing in that we could take advantage of and make sure that we get to the next level? Not long ago, there was, I'm going to give a practical example about how I think commercialization can actually move the economy, not just the economy, but also society forward. There were reported data breaches in the banks. I won't mention the names. There's a blue bank that was involved. I also think the green bank was involved as well. Now, the question is, if we've got so many unemployed graduates sitting at home, and there's the issue of security, why are we not taking the youth in making sure that we address these challenges that are related to IT security? Because the people are there, the people are also educated. But the willingness, why are we not driving this change forward to making sure that we industrialize? I think one of the challenges when it comes to South Africa, how our economy is collapsing or has collapsed in certain areas, by the way, is the fact that we have moved towards more a service-based economy instead of industrializing. We really have, we could have, by the way, been leaders in ICT, in IT, the products that we're producing. We've already got the natural resources. We know that. The trillions and trillions that are underground that have also been taken. Why are we not taking those products and making sure that we move the future forward? My closing remarks about this is the fact that we always talk, even in this symposium we have talked about the fact that industry, government, and the education sector should move forward in terms of making sure that these things happen, in making sure that we are achieving what we are supposed to achieve. But the question is, who is supposed to be doing that? Because it seems like we are always throwing the responsibility somewhere else. Has there been somebody who stood up and said, you know what, I'm going to drive this change. I am going to make sure that in the next 5 days, I take so many people and put them in a specific field and we do this certain thing and we get to that point. I'm not sure if there has been people who are standing up to that challenge. But I want to take it out there that if there is somebody here who's got a specific project that requires students, the University of South Africa has got 420,000 students, by the way. And it caters to the extremely, I know that there was, is it Walter Sisulu who said that, sorry, University of Western Cape, Professor Jogonya, who said that they are catering to the extremely underprivileged. The extremely underprivileged are definitely at the University of South Africa. Believe me when I say that. So if there is somebody who's got an idea for who wants to take it forward that requires students, the unemployed, I am willing to assist. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much, Professor. So
some points you've mentioned. I think earlier during lunch break, I was just discussing with my fellow board members that if you look at what has come out of the programs that are presented by the MICT SETA here, we've got a credible ecosystem now that is coming up of young people who are entrepreneurs, who are coming up with ideas, who are taking these ideas into products. Like Professor is mentioning this whole issue of commercialization, especially the youth that is not employed. So all of these things are very related. I think there was another point made around procurement, procurement and PFMA, you see. So we need to understand the system and not look at programs like this in isolation. We need to understand these things are interconnected, and we need to find a way to open up the system more so from a policy point of view, but again from these different ecosystems, because if you've got TBS, Department of Small Business Development, you've got the PSET system, you've got the NSI system, how are these subsystems working to get together in a cohesive manner to create this change? But thanks for those remarks, Prof. Really appreciated. So let's move on, colleagues. I set myself a target of 40 minutes. I'm not too sure how I'm doing. 5 minutes left, okay. She did a good job for me. She's doing another good job for me to say you've got 5 minutes left. So I'm almost done. So let us see now. I think we're going to take Ms. Pedro from GIBS. Please, introduction. And also you can address for us how commercializing locally developed technologies help us power a future-ready South Africa and drive inclusive and sustainable economic growth.
Good afternoon, colleagues, peers, guests, and Gugu who invited me here. My name is Pedro. I am the head of the Entrepreneurship Development Academy at GIBS. I represent Prof. Manoj Chiba, who will be our official chair, and the greater ecosystem of University of Pretoria. I am going to be supporting the chair from an execution perspective and an administrative perspective. And why? Because entrepreneurship is the heart of creativity and innovation. It's where it lives. I was wondering, why am I here? I feel like I'm in the wrong chair. But my colleague from University of South Africa made me feel much better. Who am I? I'm a product of the University of South Africa. I can take an opportunity to acknowledge that they create the access that the unit that I serve today also seeks to achieve. Inclusivity in education, inclusivity of the tools that we use, inclusivity to allow that anybody at any age, if they cannot find employment, can create their own opportunity. The more people who are able to use the tools, the more people who are able to actually meaningfully participate and pave their own way. Those who pave their own way are the ones that are going to be building resilient products for Africa by Africa, for South Africa by South Africa, instead of importing these. And as a result, you can see the inclusion, you can see the economic participation, you can see growth, you can also see more resilient country that gets built as a result of it. I think we come from a past where the intelligence ruled, and that is why universities remain esteemed. But I think we're in a period of time where the ability to take ideas and actually make them live in the world is a superpower in and of itself, and thus our chair is structured in a way that we bring practice and theory together, so that through the entrepreneurship vehicle, we can commercialize and create opportunities, not only for the people who are making the things, but for the people who benefit from it, and the 4.125 people that eat off every job that is created. So the multiplier effect of it cannot be ignored. The social impact of it cannot be ignored. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pedro. So I'm going to move now to our last speaker, Ms. Ndai Mapaso from EduVos. But before I do that, I must just acknowledge Professor from Sol Plaatje, Professor C. Bulaye. He is representing Sol Plaatje University, and there is an MOU that is being negotiated and being finalized between the SETA and Soul Project. He shared a lot of ideas with me during a lunchtime about how the research chair will evolve and which direction it's going to take. So we will just acknowledge that there is an MOU pending, so we're not going to take any input from him right now. We're just going to go to our last speaker, and I'm going to conclude. So Ms. Ndai Mapaso, your introduction, please, and also outlining what you see as a role of higher education institutions in supporting innovation ecosystems and ensuring that the skills and the qualifications are industry and further are relevant.
Thank you. My name is Ndai Mapaso. I'm from Eduvos, and I'm representing Dr. Amos Anele, who could not be with us today. I just want to give a brief introduction of Eduvos. Not that I want to boast at the moment, but I want to say we are one of the fastest growing private higher education in South Africa. And I would also want to say we are running robust programs that are well aligned with the fourth industrial revolution. And we're already looking at our curricula with some of our subjects or modules having to tip over already into the 5IR. Okay. And something that has happened in the past 3 years that I also want to share with everybody here, we have been voted by PMR Africa as the best private higher education provider in South Africa. So, this was from 2023, 2024, and 2025. Yes. So in the IT faculty, we have different specializations. We have software engineering, security and network engineering, robotics, and data science. We also have computer science. So these stretch from our higher certificate offerings to BSc IT, to honors, and at the beginning of 2026, we are going to be opening our doors to our master's programs and our PhDs. And for us to be able to achieve this is because we are always looking at our curriculum. It all starts from the curriculum. If we have to be able to develop our students to be also part of this huge ecosystem, we have to look at our curriculum. So in our curriculum design, we include industry. We also include academics from other institutions. We want to remain relevant, so we drive relevance. What do I mean by this? We also have to upskill our lecturers for them to be able to drive these new programs that we bring on. If the lecturer is not well versed with the curricula that we're going to run, we are not going to be producing the student that is industry ready. And because of that, whenever we are running our projects, our modules with project-based outputs, we always make sure that we include industry as part of our mentors to these students so that they understand exactly what is required in industry. But please note, in as much as we want to be relevant for the industry, we also want to maintain the basic concepts of academia so that they understand the basis of what it is that they need to produce. Because if they are really industry focused, they also want to be grounded in the basics that they need to understand. Therefore, for us to be able to achieve that, we also have partnered with the industry, like AWS, CompTIA, and other organizations. In doing that, we've made sure that some of our modules that are really academic, we have included their tools in our work so that our students are already ready and are aware of how do I work in the cloud environment and how do I establish my presence online, because the student has to learn the entrepreneurial spirit. If you enforce that in the way they develop their projects, because your project that you produce either in your honors level, in your third year level, is the one that's supposed to set you up to get a job or to get your next client. You're not going to wait for somebody to employ you, but the work that you have already produced as a student has already given you that online presence to say, I'm here, this is what I can do. Before you even see me as an individual, I can send you my profile and you see exactly what the student is doing. Do I still have more time?
No. Thank you very much, Ms. Mapaso. I think, as I conclude, colleagues, we really want to express sincere gratitude as the MICT SETA to our new research chairs. We really appreciate and we want to say thank you, and we wish you everything of the best in your journeys. We look forward to the value you are going to create, and we welcome you. So we look forward to the impact of the research and the innovation that you will be supporting as research chairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mosia. And congratulations once again to the new chairs. Your commitment to advancing research leadership and technological innovation will contribute meaningfully to shaping a more inclusive, responsive, and digitally enabled future. Okay, moving on to our student innovation presentation. Our next presentation will showcase the impactful work that MICT SETA continues to drive through its strategic partnerships, including an inspiring student innovation presentation by Pumalela Consulting.
Breathe. You got this. Imagine, if you can, a person, a young person, dreams filled. Either they will have hope or despair at what happens after matric. The first dream, I can go to varsity, but my family is unemployed, maybe NSFAS, but my brother has a job. Nope, now I'm in the missing middle, so I can't qualify. Dream number two, maybe I can go to a TVET. Unfortunately, the closest TVET next to me doesn't have enough bursaries. And as mentioned yesterday, it now feels like you are in the infamous valley of death, where your dreams are about to die. Now, for most young people, this is where the journey ends. Now enters the chat, the MICT SETA, with a strong mandate for change. And as the CEO once said, we leave no one behind. Now, that young person, unbeknownst to them, are about to be empowered to change the world. Today's presentation, CEO, via our team, and the greater MICT SETA family, is a testament of a dream about to be fulfilled. Now we move from broken dreams and despair to rekindled hope and endless possibilities. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues. My name is Gift Mkansi. I am a co-founder and CEO of Pumalela Consulting, an academy where we bring dreams to life. Mine today is a simple task: to introduce you to a phenomenal young lady who has created an amazing product. The CEO and others yesterday mentioned the importance of commercialization, and today we are here to say MICT SETA and to the General of the Fire Army, Mr. Matome. We are here to say your programs work. We are ready for commercialization, and this is a testament of your collective efforts. Now, because the device is a fire-based system, we can test it out for those interested outside. They will talk us through it so that we don't burn the place down because they don't have it. Rabrega, this is the MICT seat. Now, please allow me to welcome our lecturer, Uluyanda, who will be assisting with the demonstration, and the lady of the moment, Botsilonare, to introduce her emergency life locator. Go on, Sulupe.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Botilo Nari, and I'm a product of Phumelela Consulting. With the Phumelela Consulting 3D printing and IoT program, I have learned how to use computer-aided design software to create precise 3D models and also develop the ability to turn ideas into a physical prototype for testing and improvement. The IoT integration taught me how to connect sensors to cloud platforms, enabling remote monitoring and smart alerts. My project, actually, I'm representing my group, but it was my idea. We call it the emergency life locator. It is a life-saving device designed to detect and alert rescuers to quickly locate and guide people into safety during fire emergency situations. The emergency life locator includes 6 components. The first component is the PIR sensor. It detects motion in environment. And the second component is called an IR flame sensor. This sensor detects fire hazard above 100 degrees Celsius. We also have an IR human temperature body sensor. This sensor is calibrated to detect human skin temperature that ranges between 24 degrees to 40 degrees Celsius. We also have 4 LEDs that provides a clear visual signal to show that the project is, or the model is active. We have buzzers that rings whenever, buzzers that alarms when flame is detected. And lastly, a solar panel on top for extra energy and runtime. Why is it unique? The emergency life locator is unique because of its multiple sensor approach that is combined in just one device, and also reduces false alarm, increasing accuracy in locating survivors. The emergency life locator is cost price of under 2,000 per unit, which makes it affordable and accessible for widespread use in communities, organizations, and facilities. And that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much. That was truly inspiring, and congratulations. Okay. Our student research paper presentations are up. I'm going to allow you to tell me how much time we need to give each university. Okay? 6 hours? This is not the hackathon. We are not staying overnight. Okay, so there are 11 universities presenting. Am I fair in saying 7 minutes each? 7 minutes with 1 minute for questions. One question. Okay? So one of the most exciting aspects of fourth industrial revolution is the emergence of young researchers and innovators who are reimagining the future through fresh ideas, interdisciplinary thinking, and impactful research. This session highlights student research presentations from institutions across South Africa, showcasing the next generation of researchers, innovators, and future industry leaders. Today's presentations will feature the University of Cape Town, Nelson Mandela University, University of KwaZulu-Natal, Wits School of Digital Arts, Stadio, Stellenbosch University, Tshwane University of Technology, University of South Africa, Durban University, and Limpopo. Allow me to first introduce University of Cape Town FinTech Hub.
Hello guys, my name is Sihle Mtoa. I'll be presenting my research. I come from the Department of Information Systems and IT, University of Cape Town. I'd like to greet all the guests, October Gleo. Yeah, hope you enjoy the presentation of the work that I'm currently doing with the University of Cape Town. I think the nice thing is that one of the people from my department came and told us the limitations of commercialization. That's why you find me now working with the Financial Innovation Hub. So even if though sometimes your department might not be aligned, you must still make a plan. So my research is around designing adaptive learning ecosystems, integrating AI, blockchain, and the economics of abundance intelligence. I think at the end of all, what we need to realize is that as intelligence is getting more in terms of artificial intelligence and human intelligence, when they start to intersect, that means that intelligence itself is starting to augment, right? So this changes everything in terms of how we actually should, start to measure intelligence. So there's a clicker. So I just want to start with something that I've struggled with my life in terms of spirituality. So whenever I've grown up listening to Indo's Etawa and all this stuff, Christianity and all that stuff, one of the things about the doctrine was obviously it seemed like it was an inherited thing from outside. And obviously being used for war, genocide, and all these type of things. And you always ask yourself, but how can, you know, these black people inherit this thing? And but saying they up in the morning and they taking this Christianity thing to the next level. You know, it always boggled my mind about why is this thing being presented in this way and why we're so accepting of it. It took me, I was even past my honors and masters to finally find out actually what it means in context of how I should be understanding it. The example that was made is to say about the way that black churches actually sing and stuff like that, they've actually created their own version of Christianity and all that type of stuff. And this is now contrary to what young people always believe, that Christianity is something that is inherited from the outside. And one of the parables in the Bible that talks about this as a reality, the guy says he gets healed from being blind, right? But then the authorities come and say, hey, this guy has healed you during a Sabbath, so this is a sinner that has healed you. And his answer was, ba bendi ngaboni ndiyabona. And I think this is something that we need to help contextualize when you talk about adaptive learning. Adaptive learning is no longer just the ability to change scores. Are we marking you now? Are we marking you later? Are we marking? It's actually the context of how we're actually teaching. And the opportunity that LLMs are presenting is that deep if we actually start to think about it a bit deeper. So these are the problems you can read there. I won't go through everything, but I think the central problem is that you've got intelligence in terms of artificial intelligence, and you've got human intelligence, and they're augmenting together. And if you don't have a way to start measuring that type of intelligence, you are stuck with, with people that are going to have degrees with no market value. Because the labor is not going to, why must I pay you if I can source that intelligence anywhere else? You know, so this is now the fundamental shifts that we need to now start getting into. Yeah. I'll talk about the first thing that I think we need to address, and my research is trying to address, is obviously the learning theory. What type of learning theory do we now need to establish in the context of AI and human intelligence augmenting, right? There are some assumptions we need to think about. The human intelligence, it's constantly interacting with artificial intelligence. I think I've made that point. And I think another thing that we need to be careful of is that if there's abundance of intelligence, right, why does the cost of education still remain the same? It's another variable that we actually have to look at it, because it seems like there's more socioeconomic issues that are keeping the cost of accumulating the knowledge high, but the cost in terms of the compute power and the LLMs and the access to be able to get information is coming down drastically. But also another problem that we're going to have is that how do we verify that people are actually learning? This is actually a big thing, because essentially if people can, it's what most universities are facing currently, right? And one of the things we're looking in is looking at blockchain and immutable records. For example, there's a case study done in Afghanistan where it's a war-torn country, right? So the kids there actually have to start learning at a young age, but they don't have a formal record of learning. So what they've done is they've actually put their education and their certification on the blockchain. What the blockchain does, it means that when that person leaves that environment, they've got some type of verifiable certification that they've actually started learning, which changes the game for most people that don't have an actual opportunity or access to go to the formal side of learning. But what you're measuring here is not necessarily the certificate at the end. It is the interaction between the learner and the LLM. That's what you need to actually compute in the blockchain. So yeah, then trust. So hopefully after you've computed that, you can now start building trust. I think lastly, and what I want to finish is the economics as well of the education and how it stands. As I said, there are a lot of moving variables, and one thing that we are trying to introduce in terms of commercialization is finding a way to take the variable that is education or knowledge itself and create it as an independent variable and link it to a stable coin. Why are we saying that? We're saying sometimes what people are paying for is not necessarily education. It's always are you going to Saks, Bishops, all these other things that have nothing to do with education itself. How do we isolate the variable itself on a stable coin where people can interact, even in Africa, around a price that actually is able to be linked to the cost of education itself through the LLMs and AI? Thank you.
Well done. We have time for 2 brief questions, emphasis on brief.
Yeah, I think ethics and bias is naturally one of the things that you will face. And I don't think it's only specific to AI, though. I think even in any classroom setup, bias is one of the things that you face. I think the parameters have to be clear. Obviously, in education, you look at the quantitative side and the qualitative side, and you're able to measure that. But the bias in terms of the accuracy of the verification itself is through the blockchain and the interaction and the data that you're able to hold there. But in terms of the content, that's up for debate in terms of a philosophical point of view, as you can imagine.
No more questions. Thank you so much. Okay, next up is the University of the Western Cape.
Okay, colleagues, as you are aware, our university, we have dispute with students, so they're on strike. So they have the right to demonstrate, so we have to appreciate that. Some are busy, they couldn't come because most of them are working. So this project, I think, started a relationship between us, MIC, SETA, and SETA. In 2019, SETA came to our university and says, sorry, the first thing I ran an industry advisory committee which was attended by many government departments, industry, banks, and whatever. Then we said, the challenges that we are facing are many, so we need to work together. So we worked on issues to change our curriculum and also collaboration on research. So the main ones that we tackled, I think it's one of this one from contract management for SARA. It was not the only one. I think they brought 35 from government which were behind. One of it, I know it was in NESFAS. I was supposed to be involved in that, but I said it's too big for me because of my workload. I think I was also supposed to be, I assisted them with the National Library. As you are aware, it was, I think, done by some international company. So I settled on SARA because there were two things. The course that I was teaching was aligned with the project. So my work became easier because I'm reading, I'm doing it. My students, again, they were doing projects similar to that. So I was teaching procurement, I was teaching supply chain. So I was teaching blockchain. So all those things came together. It was not difficult. So it was a collaboration between students from computer science and information system. And yes. So this project, as I said, it looked on many issues about contract management. I think you know about government issues of controlling contracts. I don't want to highlight more about that. Unnecessary expenditure, things being paid without being done. So it's a workflow system which is currently working 100% at SARA, and they are very happy with the system. We were hoping that maybe we could go to blockchain, but it will be for another phase. So as you can see there, the moment you start a contract, it's a workflow which can give you triggers. Even before the contract expires, you can get a notification either on SMS. If there is an issue which is not attended, it can escalate the issue to the senior manager until the CEO has knowledge of what is happening. So the system, as I said, it took a lot of time because it was high risk, and we did it on a already operational environment, and it took me a lot of hours because I have to make sure that the client is happy. We met with SETA, we discussed the design, and when the client was happy, then we took the students, we told them what was supposed to be done. So the system is actually working. It's trying to be replicated in other departments in the government systems because it's the first of its kind which was done. Okay, besides that, with the Western Cape government, as you are aware, I think the president came on one of the SONA to say, what is the government doing to the SMEs during COVID? People couldn't work, couldn't do anything. Many SMEs were affected because they did not have access to market. So we were approached by Western Cape government, I think 2020 at the beginning. Then we said students have gone home. We no longer have students here, but we can handle the project when students come back. Farmers used to sell their produce on the streets, but everyone now has gone digital. So we started by teaching smallholder farmers. I think we have trained more than 250 farmers on how to develop their systems which can do delivery and also managing their accounts. So we partnered with Western Cape Department of Agriculture and also other stakeholders like Agricultural Research Council, which were also there, FunPan, which is also a network. So this system currently, we covered all the districts in South Africa. We also had partners from our America, Missouri University, which is also a big partner to us. So we were part of that in terms of developing. Currently, we have got more than 6 PhD students who are working on food. As you are aware, UWC is part of UNESCO Center of Excellence for Food Security. So we are worried about what we are eating. Currently, we just signed with a contract with Farm Produce, Cape Town, or the provinces. We are trying to do data science for food, where we can actually correlate with epidemiological diseases in South Africa to know what can happen. If we fix the food, the health budget will be low. I can tell you that. There is no secret about it. So it's one of the projects that is looking on that. We have trained a lot of farmers in terms of that. 1 minute, the last project, this month we were invited in October to partner with EU, a big project called One Health. Some of you have heard about it. So we were a successful bidder. So we will be part of One Health, working with several European countries. So that project is also stretching to other provinces. We are looking at Mpumalanga, we are looking at Venda, we are looking at Limpopo, we are looking at Fort Hare. All those are part of our partners who will partner us in some of this journey because we can't do it alone. It's a lot of work. Thank you. I'll end there.
Thank you so much. I challenge the other universities. He still had 20 seconds. Any questions? No questions. Okay. Next on our list is Nelson Mandela University. In order to just ensure that we work efficiently and and we are cognizant of time, can I please just ensure that all the students that are presenting thereafter can maybe come to the front? I'm going to read out the order. After Nelson Mandela, it's the University of the KwaZulu-Natal, then University of Cape Town, then Wits School of Digital Arts, Stadio, Stellenbosch University, Cape Peninsula University of Technology, Tshwane University, University of South Africa, Durban University of Technology, and then Limpopo University. So please make your way to the front.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone is well. I am Ukuma Ganjo. I'll be presenting a study called the Smartphone Cybersecurity Threat Posture Framework for secure smartphone user online engagement. You can ignore that S at the end of users there. It was a typo. The post-pandemic landscape has become vast and robust, and the transition of worldwide business and education infrastructure and essential social services to online platforms has permanently altered the technological engagement of the global population. Consequently, establishing a strong digital presence has become essential for both public and private entities. This was evident during the post-pandemic and during the pandemic, where all businesses and state entities had to kind of transition some of the services that they offer to digital platforms. So while in Africa we are considered one of the developing regions or nations, we too managed to make a digital leap. You find that South Africa specifically is the second largest adult smartphone user population in sub-Saharan Africa, and second only to Nigeria on the continent at the time. So many people engage with these online platforms on their smartphones as a result. And unfortunately, many of these, oh, I didn't move, sorry. Sorry. And unfortunately, many of the people that do engage with these platforms are not equipped to deal with the security threats of the time, especially now in the age of AI and such. So the problem, as stated prior, was the fact that everything has gone digital and many services are offered on platforms that are available and accessible on mobile. And in the past, it was understood, maybe perhaps on PCs, that people needed to get some sort of training, which doesn't happen with smartphones. If you've got the money, you buy one and you can use one. And many of the people that use them might not understand the implications or the damage that can be caused through a smartphone. So they end up being vulnerable. That was my problem. And the threat landscape was kind of extended by the fact that we have the aforementioned socioeconomic challenges, and you find that many users can't afford high-end smartphones. They use outdated smartphones with outdated hardware that use operating systems that are no longer supported or receive security patches, and they find themselves as victims with vulnerabilities that have since been discovered and patched on later versions, but on the versions that they use and have access to, they cannot, or they don't get those later versions, and the ones they use are vulnerable rather. My objectives were to determine the common threats and vulnerabilities relevant. My objectives were to determine the common cyber threats and vulnerabilities relevant to the South African smartphone user. This meant identifying vulnerabilities that are commonly exploited by cyber criminals and establishing common smartphone attack vectors. Secondly, it was to evaluate smartphone online engagement behavior, which spoke to then understanding or evaluating the difference between what users perceive as their cyber knowledge and cyber awareness versus what can be deduced from their behavior. And lastly, it was to develop the cybersecurity threat posture framework. So the process is one that employed a literature review for determining the threats, and then it was a qualitative survey, which on occasion took an interview style for behavioral evaluation. And lastly, for the third objective, which was to develop the framework, it was a combination of what was learned from evaluating the threats, also looking at well-established frameworks that already exist, widely known, and adapting those to fit the smartphone user context. The issue is that many of these frameworks that do exist target businesses, or they target smartphone use within the business context, whereas now we have bring your own device policies, we have data management policies, we have access policies, we need to use VPNs to access certain networks. But for the private smartphone users, there's not much of a framework or due consideration. So there was a gap there. So the first step in determining the threats was to determine or to establish what the attack domains. There was 4 that I came up with, and those were the device and hardware accessories, the operating system, applications, and the user themselves. And then the frameworks that were used and evaluated and adapted to fit the smartphone user context in the main were ISO IEC 27001 and Balbec Security Posture Framework. The other frameworks I have listed on the side there were considered and had a bit of an influence, but less so. ISO in the main provided Annex A, which is an annexure that has 114 security controls that businesses are recommended to apply. This meant that in the smartphone user context, these needed to be adapted and made to relate to the smartphone user. And thereafter, those that were applicable were applied, and those that weren't were excluded in a statement of applicability. And the 1 minute, okay, I'll try and be quick. And the Balbec model focuses on proactive defense, security readiness, rather than being reactive in place. So the following threats, as you can see, were the ones that were determined, and vulnerabilities. The main that I can list, that's obvious to everyone, is that your phone can be stolen, for example, and many other things because it's portable. So this includes broken access control, security misconfiguration, and others. I've discussed Annex A, so these are the 114 controls that are categorized by security clause. So this is the exercise that maps the two. On your left, you have the ones that come from Annex A ISO, from ISO, and then the other on the right are the ones that then are the resulting, that relate to the smartphone user. I'll wrap it up. These are the controls, and I think I'll end it there rather. Maybe one point worth making is that the data really showed that a lot of users have a high perception of their security awareness and their security knowledge, but in practice, you find that they all keep their IDs, their bank statements, everything on their phones, and they back all of those things online, and they don't really do much by way of protection. So at the end of it, this is the framework, the resulting framework, where you have the device in the middle, you have user assets around, you have security controls, and the threats on the outside. The key at the bottom there explains the security controls in the middle, and the attack vectors and threats are on the outside. Thank you.
Any questions? There's a question. Where is...
I should say, while the mic is going there, I actually sent Kate a message asking how much time we have. I saw today when I was sending her the presentation that I replied to that email and it sent it back to myself. She didn't receive it.
Hi, thank you. Sean here. Given recent breakthroughs on the quantum computing side, particularly with regards to cryptography, where there's now going to be significant risk in the future and timelines for Google and everyone else. They've ramped them right up to like 2029 versus 10, 15 years time frame. How is that playing into your considerations with what you're doing?
I just want to get a bit of clarity. Did you say in relation to quantum computing?
Yes, so there's been some...
I'm aware.
Okay.
Look, it's an interesting conversation that's happening. I haven't been too focused on that in that area, but I am aware of the risks that quantum computing brings in making the current security mechanisms obsolete. What I could say is that we would need to potentially employ the same technology when it comes to then developing our solutions, because the computing power, the processing power is what quantum computing has as an advantage over our previous way of doing things. So we potentially might need to get more complicated measures of encryption. But other than that, I don't have a clue. Thank you. Sure.
Okay, next up on our list is the University of KwaZulu-Natal.
Good day, everyone. My name is Yarish Rajdev. I'm currently a master's student at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and my research is on the development of an smart water AMI computing framework. So the research context, smart meters do more now in the modern day as opposed to just measuring consumption and giving us like how much we need to pay for it. Right now they're developed into almost soft sensors. So they can detect things like flow rate, pressure, consumption volume, and even now with the evolution of edge intelligence, they are becoming closer to using predictive analysis to detect leaks and bursts within the water system. Yeah, and as these systems become more evolved, the richer sensing creates higher data volume. In cases like this, our computing framework needs to become more optimized to prevent bottlenecking from edge to cloud. So what I'm proposing, or what I've, my research entails, is developing a three-tier architecture system consisting of edge, fog, and cloud computing, all in one network. So here we'll have an edge will be like our smart meters that will get the sensing, local anomaly detection. That data will then get passed to the fog, which will do regional coordination and spatial analysis and prevent cloud bottlenecking. And the cloud will do training and retraining of the models. Yeah. So why are we doing three-tier architecture? Edge, fog, and cloud all serve different purposes. Pure edge computing, although it's very fast and rapid, is very limited regarding its energy budget and memory. Fogs can coordinate regions. It has a good balance between speed and processing power. But what happens is, because it's of the nature of the fog layer, a lot of bottlenecking can occur during upward and downward transfer of data. And with cloud platforms, we're all familiar with how powerful they are, processing data within seconds. But from the edge, due to things like latency, whether you're in a very bad reception area, when you're using it to detect leak and bursts, which are quite critical, even a few seconds can cost you your system. These are the challenges and research gaps we have right now. So, as you touch high volume stream processing, as I discussed before, there's a lot of data being processed on the edge. So we need to make a system that accommodates for that. Communication and latency constraints, which is why we've decided to go with the three-tier architecture. Interoperability, so a lot of these systems are already in place for water meters. We don't want to do a full revamp of the water system. It'll be too expensive. So the system is more like an add-on to pre-existing systems, or it can be implemented onto new systems. Security and system integrity, I mean, when you have heterogeneous networks all working together, obviously there's, it can leave the system very vulnerable to cybersecurity attacks. So having strong cybersecurity on the back end needs to be taken into account. Resource constraints, we talked about how edge devices are very limited, even though they react very fast to anomalies. The amount of energy they have, the budgets, the amount of data they can handle is a lot smaller than it would be on a fog layer or or a cloud layer. And the lack of optimization driven allocation. So this is what the network is trying to accomplish. It is dynamically shifting task placement along these three layers. So not a lot of systems actually do this. A lot of these systems will take three-tier architecture and be like, okay, we're going to sense on the edge, we're going to process on the cloud, we're just going to do spatial analysis on the fog. This network will dynamically shift task placements along those three tiers to better optimize the system. Here we have the pros and cons of doing edge and cloud only. So yeah, I mean, we've said like it's high computation and storage, but high latency and bandwidth use. So for emergencies, a few seconds can cost you a system. Edge only, fast response, but limited resources. But with our proposed system, it's balanced distributed intelligence and requires intelligent task placement. This is just a breakdown of how each layer works. You can just take a quick look at it. This is the system model that I've designed. This is what I'm planning to use for my pilot. So we're going to use 6 smart meter nodes, 2 fog nodes, and then 1 big cloud to put it all together. We don't have time to explain the notation. Here are node and resource task models. So the vector, I've explained it there. And then for task characterization, how I've defined it mathematically, I've scaled it from 1 to 5, where 1 is very low, 5 is very high. For compute, latency, deadline, energy budget, and data volume. And then I have a task set. I'm modeling for 8 tasks, but the system is scalable, so you can easily take that up to like 16 or even 28 tasks. But for the purpose of my research, I'm just doing 8 for now. And even tasks have their own characterization vector. Here's where each task has a dependency set. So you cannot do task 2 without actually without performing task 1. Or even task 6 requires task 4 to be done, which requires task 3 to be done, 2 and 1. So that dependency set will also be taken into our graph, calculations to optimally place our tasks amongst those 3 tiers. And this is the breakdown of how the network is actually going to put everything together. So our task resource initialization, so we have our vectors there. Then the modeling is done, so it takes that table of the 1 to 5 values, it assigns them, puts it all together, and then it constructs a graph for the infrastructure and the task dependency set. Then it provides values to the decision formula and defines the communication variables, and then forms the optimization function, which I've proven or made the proof of on the top right. There is a proof for it. Yep. Is it time? I'm so sorry. Conclusion, can I finish off here?
You can quickly conclude.
Okay. So this is like, all I can say is this is very promising work. There is definitely a huge market in AIoT, in integrating AIoT and smart grid technologies. The future work, scalability is a big one. Like even though I'm starting off with like 6 smart meters, you can scale it up to the hundreds, and with like low effort because it's a network. And yeah, that's all. I think that's all I can say.
You can ask any questions.
I can ask questions. Yeah, I'm sorry I kind of rumbled on with the presentation. Are there any questions or any clarity that's needed? Okay. I found out I was presenting yesterday.
What is this brilliant presentation? A little bit too like content heavy, but colors for next time.
Thank you. Question for you.
Yeah.
Over here. Very interesting stuff.
Okay.
What are your, so there are 2 things that I just want to ask here.
Sure.
The one in terms of load balancing across, because you've got the 3 elements of the edge, the fog, and then the cloud.
Yes.
And then the next part is you've raised an interesting for me. Maybe you've covered it already. I didn't pick up immediately. Is how do you move it from reactive to predictive in terms of what you're looking at? So I'm assuming you're running that, and you talked about the latency element, and that can potentially kill things. So if you start monitoring a wider area, you start seeing water consumption pick up, you know the pressures are going to start increasing, there's going to be greater demand, you start filling reservoirs upstream. How are you balancing that to versus it being the incident is happening and you're just trying to react to it faster than what you could before, to we start seeing pre-indicators and we start putting in preventative mechanisms before we actually have a failure.
So you're talking about predictive analysis.
Exactly.
So I can answer that. I mean, we do need the data. So initially how the system's going to start is going to collect the data, start to pick up on those patterns. In terms of the distributed, like, are you talking about like the models themselves? Yes, yes. So each node has a certain energy budget or a deadline for it. So in the case of like bottlenecking, where, you know, when you scale up your tasks and you're adding more to it, you'll find that at some point, the fog, for example, will have its energy budget at its limit, at which point it will prioritize which tasks it can push to the cloud in terms of like its deadline. So if it needs to be done fast, they'll prioritize that to stay on the fog, and then it'll push other tasks that aren't so latency sensitive to the cloud. So it will do that using graph theory by building the task dependency and the infrastructure graphs. With the predictive analysis, I'm still designing the models on that. But from what I can see happening is that, yeah, these models are, I mean, it's just going to collect data. It will make some mistakes initially, but it will start to learn from them. I did come across a model known as physics-informed machine learning. I mean, water networks are actually pretty linear and obey flow rate and pressure laws quite nicely. So it accommodates pretty well for that. I've tried, yeah. But yeah, let me just, sorry, I'm just pressed for time. Can we talk afterwards? Okay, sure.
Hi, Temba here.
Yeah.
I'm also from UK. I mean, I'm from KZN, Durban, and I'm really interested in this because in KZN we have this huge issue on like tracking like how much water was used in a household or something. So let's just say like you didn't even use water in that month, and you still charge like 50K for like that entire amount of water you probably didn't use. So in my introspect on what I really want to ask is two in one, is how will this practically be implemented in like communities? It's because like most communities want to know how much water is being used there, or like how like to track and like really just track how much water is being used, and how would you really protect this? Because we do suffer from water meter thefts, and like I really want to see how it's like really implemented like in the communities and stuff to like keep it safe, because this is really valuable tech.
Yeah. When you say theft, do you mean water theft or like from a cybersecurity perspective?
Cybersecurity, as this is like tracking like the water meters and everything, how to protect those like tracking devices and everything, how to just protect the water meter system from theft.
Okay. Well, my part of the research isn't quite focused on cybersecurity yet. Right now, this is my first journal article that just looks at optimization-driven algorithms for task placement. We have spoken, though, about implementing blockchain on our backend, but that's more for the cloud. I'm not sure how I'm open to taking ideas for fog analysis on our fog and our edge, although I think our edge will just have like some kind of tamper switch that kind of just cuts the system off. The first part of your question was, how does it actually do, are you saying like, how does it actually track consumption, or? Sorry? Not yet, but we are speaking. I mean, we do partner with Ngeni Water, so they are willing to let me implement the system on their behalf, but this is still in development. I've just submitted my model. It just needs to be reviewed. And I'm hoping to run simulations this month. Or, yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's very interesting to see how you formulated your problem as a multi-objective optimization problem.
Yes.
So what I want to find out in your objective function, which you modeled as a linear combination of 3 objectives. Now, how do you, in the first instance, I want to know how you chose your 3 parameters, alpha, beta, and gamma. So is it dynamically?
Those are just weighted coefficients.
You
so
just input those values.
Yeah.
That's one. Then 2, why do you assume that such physical problems will be modeled as linear combination and not non-linear combination? Because most of the problems we deal with in real life are non-linear. So that's the second thing. You may not be able to answer it now, but you can look at that maybe in future. You try to see. If you model it as non-linear, you try to compare the result with when you assume it's linear, so you can have a better view of which model gives you the best performance. So thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, next is the University of Cape Town. Again, here we go. Is this like next? Yes. Yeah, I'm very short. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hi, everyone. So I'm from the University of Cape Town. I'm part of the vaccine research group, and you might think, what on earth does this have to do with computer science? We don't know, but I have nothing to do with the COVID vaccine either, so please don't get tense about it. This is like the stuff that's been around forever. Okay, so I'm just going to take you through what we do as a research group and sort of why this is also necessary in terms of commercializing actual vaccines. Okay, oh, the animations don't work. Okay, so we all know that bacteria make you sick, but what a lot of people don't know is on the outside of the bacteria, there are these little structures that actually make you sick. It's called antigens, or sometimes we just refer to them as carbohydrates or sugars. Okay? Sugars are found in a lot of natural things. It's also found in the human body. But when it is on a bacteria, your body will try and fight it by binding it to an antibody, which is the red structure. Now, these antigens or these carbohydrates are what we put in the actual vaccine. Okay? So we want to put in as many antigens as possible in a given vaccine, but the problem is it drives up the cost and complexity of manufacturing, because when you put in a lot of antigens, it actually overloads your immune system. So we need to choose carefully how many and what antigens we put in a vaccine. So what researchers in the vaccine industry do is we look for something called cross-protection. Cross-protection means that one antibody can protect against multiple different antigens, which is great because then we only have to put in 1 instead of 3, therefore reducing the cost and the complexity in the manufacturing process. So my research focuses on Streptococcus pneumonia, which causes not so nice things, pneumonia, ear infections, bacteremia, death. In fact, Bill Gates launched an investigation, and last week it was determined that pneumonia is the leading cause of childhood death in developing countries for the first time in the 21st century. So we want to increase vaccine coverage by putting in more antigens, but it is not always feasible. So I focus on Streptococcus pneumonia, and I specifically look at a type or a variant called 33F, which is already in the vaccine, but it keeps persisting and it keeps sticking around, and we don't actually know why. I'm going to skip this. So traditionally, we assess cross-protection by experimental means, but it can tell us what we see, but it can't tell us why we see these things. Is that a laser? No, okay. So this is where molecular dynamics or computational chemistry come into play.
It is a complementary tool for when we can't understand why we see things in the laboratory. So our pipeline is, we have a sugar or an antigen structure that we want to analyze, which is over there. And we add a force field, which is designed by very smart people, because I think you forget that atoms and molecules move. So these force fields or mathematical formulas describe the movement of atoms, the bond angles, repulsion of the electrons, all these things wrapped up into nice packages. And we simulate them with a program called Car Builder, which we have created in our lab. We run them through a bunch of programs, and we can actually see the trajectory or the movement of molecules over time. So what does this enable us to do? We can actually visualize from a 2D version to an actual replica of a 3D model of molecular structures, which is really cool. You can't see this with a microscope, by the way. If you can, you would win the Nobel Prize. At the bottom here, we are also allowed to see the angles between two molecules or two sugar linkages, and we create energy maps. And with simulations, we can actually see what angles they prefer, which is more stable, which ones are not. And then we also can see by the picture there on the left with the big gray structure, some molecules have identical structures, but they fold in very different ways. And in some cases, that can allow it to bind to an antibody, while an identical structure with a different shape does not. And then lastly, we can also see water-repelling surfaces on molecules. And this is quite key because antibodies, your immune system, like to bind to water-repelling surfaces. So what do we do when you have a lot of information on these things and nowhere to put it? Create a website. So that is what SugarDB is. This is my passion project for the last 2 years, other than my other research, where I had to painstakingly extract all of these sugar structures or antigen structures from literature. So you can see there's an example entry where we have the structure or standard symbols, experimental data. We currently have about 800 entries on the website, which took 3 months of my life. But it is open source. You can have a look. And this is important for people in the vaccine industry because they can browse through a lot of these structures, find out which ones cross-protect, extract experimental data from it. They can even add to the website. You can email us and add an entry if you want. We currently have over 20 bacterial species that cause disease and about 100 out of the 400 structures. I just need more time and money. So from my paper that's going to be published hopefully soon, because we all know reviewer 2 is out to get you, I was analyzing 3 different molecules or 3 different structures of a family called serogroup 33, which causes quite bad infections, where 33F is in the current vaccine. I'll finish off. It's in the current vaccine, but close family members have the same structure, but very different folding patterns. And because of this insight, we can actually advise companies like Merck and Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson to add structure A to the next vaccine because we found it doesn't cross-protect. So, conclusions: molecular modeling, computational, enables validation of models when you compare it to experimental methods. It can allow some insight into physical properties of the carbohydrates, folding structures, linkages, all of those little things you can't actually see. We can also predict bond properties, as with heat maps, and rationalize cross-reactivity, which hopefully will make the next generation vaccine better and can offer broader protection, things where laboratory or experiments will fail or cost too much money. This is just a screenshot of about 1/3 of our publications. All of this information is on the SugarDB website, where we've condensed it quite nicely. So it's not just on the shelf, you can actually click on it. Yeah, thank you so much for listening, and questions are welcome. Okay, that's not too bad, 7:45.
Good afternoon, I think.
Yes.
Firstly, mine is just around the protection of such a groundbreaking. This is part of innovation. It's part of research that has potential of becoming something that can be commercialized. So I wanted to find out, have you protected this as an institution? Because I see people taking videos of your presentation.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's my main question, if so.
So it's a good point. I mean, look, the software that I talked about, Car Builder, it's freely available. You can download it. You can input your own structures. Our methodology on this is also on our website. We encourage people to do this because, contrary to popular belief, I think there's over 100 different stereotypes of pneumonia alone that cause disease. That's one bacteria out of about 2,500 that are currently in vaccine developments. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't want to work 24/7 until I die. So the more people that can get on this, the better. So everything here is open source. It's freely available. You can email us. The only thing that's not available is the source code of the software. So if you have suggestions, then you need to talk to us. That is protected. But the rest, we encourage collaboration. So it's up there for you to enjoy.
Hi, thank you. Just a question for you. So obviously the science of it is incredibly interesting. I have no real idea of how far you're going down with that, and I don't understand it, and that's not my field. The one I wanted to ask you on, because you mentioned you spent 3 months of your life just going through all these textbooks, everything.
Yeah.
Have you looked at Vision, ICR, OCR, all these different tools as a means of speeding up the ingestion of that data to just relieve the real manual labor and let the machines do it?
Yes, and that's why I gave it to my honor student to do. Yeah, it was a bit of a bottleneck because the idea of SugarDB was created by an undergrad in our group who made the structure for this nice website, but it was pretty empty. So then my idea was to populate it with the structures, the NMR, and then we gave it to another third year. But the problem is he didn't understand the chemistry terms and what he should extract. So yeah, that took about another 4 months. And then I took over and realized, wow, I know what to extract now and what I want. But now it's an honest project to make it more efficient. So yeah, there's still some development to do with that part. But it is more automated now than it was a year ago. Oh, cool.
Vibes. Thank you. Okay, next up is Wits School of Digital Arts.
Yeah. Wait, how does work? Next. Forward. This is next. Okay, cool. I'm sorry. Humble greetings, everyone. When we think about serious games, we often think about education and training. But today I want to talk about a hidden burden affecting millions of children across the global south. An undetected hearing loss. In low resource settings, a massive gap exists. High equipment costs and a severe shortage of audiologists mean children are falling through the cracks. My research project, One Sense, asks a critical question. How can we turn mobile video games into an accessible preliminary hearing screening tool? Now, digital tools do exist. Validated apps like You Here or Hear Who are highly accurate, but they have two critical design flaws. They are incredibly adult-centric, and they lack any form of gamification to hold a child's attention. Furthermore, they are often locked behind iOS ecosystems, ignoring the Android-dominant market of the developing countries. Traditional clinical tests fail to engage children. We need a solution that meets children where they are. Built on a platform that is actually accessible to them. This brings us to the heart of the project. Hectic, okay. Our strategic objectives. We are using the Unity engine to build a cross-platform mobile game. But this isn't just about putting a clinical test into a game engine. It's all about truly resonating the South African context. Oh. We have to look at our core research questions about philosophy and engagement. We are anchoring our model in Afrocentric design and Ubuntu philosophy. Ubuntu shifts the focus towards shared African values, symbols, and narratives. In practice, this means integrating local auditory assets like the rhythms of local drums and sounds of nature into the logic layer of level-based minigames. We want to ensure that when a child plays this, they feel the game was genuinely made with them in mind. Mechanically, the system functions as an interactive audio-driven experience. As children engage with these culturally relevant sound cues in real time, the game seamlessly captures and analyzes metrics like reaction time and perceived sound duration by blending human-computer interaction, game design, and audiology. We turn a rigid clinical chore into an immersive, data-driven health tool. Will the video play? Yeah, there's a video. Okay. Gameplay footage, by the way. That's my name. Okay, so if there's one thing I want you to take away from this presentation is the significance of the research. First is about scalable screening. It provides an early safety net for pediatric hearing loss in areas completely stripped of clinical infrastructure. But just as importantly, this is about decolonizing technology. By prioritizing an African focus, we are advancing indigenous design methodologies in healthcare and digital arts. We are proving that the global South shouldn't copy Western frameworks. We can innovate our own. We are bridging the digital divide in pediatric audiology through pure Afrocentric innovation. I remain humble. Thank you.
extra minute for questioning.
Okay, cool.
Sorry, me again. I just wanted to ask, this is more just on a practical execution, because I'm assuming this is going to be on a cellular device or something like that. How do you get around where you've got your speaker base at the bottom for your left-right tones, and then also the actual frequency response of between, 20 hertz, 20 kilohertz, I think, for human hearing? How do you get around that for devices that don't necessarily have as great a speaker? Is it a case of you maybe get a false positive in the sense of it's unable to replicate the tone and the child doesn't hear it and doesn't react, and then you get the false positive of, ooh, does this child actually have hearing damage?
Oh, okay, no, I understand. So the first question was about the speaker, yes. So with that situation, that's why it's basically it's best for you to play the game with headphones, because you're testing the left and right ear. So that's how the system works. And with the frequencies, in terms of the devices themselves, I tried my best to scale I tried my best to scale the amount of devices that can be added into, so basically, put the game onto certain devices that are actually outdated as well, in a way where, if obviously the speaker works properly, you can put earphones in, and the left and right ear system will still work.
Hello, thank you. My question is, one question first. Are you all from the IT faculty or the team that is developing the game?
Yes, it's the team that's developing the game, yeah.
Okay.
We're from digital art. We make games.
Okay. Have you also thought of involving either the art department and maybe the psychology department? Because that will work so well. The art department will give you that, the look and feel. In as much as we do human-computer interaction, there's that touch from the graphic designers, from the art section, and also from the psychology department as to how well will a child respond to a certain,
Oh, okay. So I did leave that part out. The way the game came together, basically, the idea was the Department of Digital Art. So we already do have graphic design and game design inside of our course, basically. And then the other side of it is audiology. So two of my other supervisors are doctors in audiology. So it's already bridged, basically, the divide of two different parts of VITS coming together to make a product as well. So the audiology is not really imagined per se. They had to sit down and kind of teach me their side and their research, because I didn't understand it, so I had to learn a little bit of audiology as well. So yeah, so it's already two disciplines coming together to make a product. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Stadio. Okay, while Stadio gets their presentation ready, Stellenbosch University.
All right, hi everyone. My name is Michaela. I'm from Stellenbosch. I'm in the computer science department, but I'm going to give you a crash course in astronomy. So switching gears again. My PhD project involves looking for brown dwarfs and exoplanets. So brown dwarfs are a cool type of star. So they sit on the coldest end of the stellar spectrum. And we're interested in brown dwarfs and gas giant exoplanets, kind of like our very own Jupiter and Saturn, because brown dwarfs are so cold and they cool as they age, they start to resemble Jupiter or Saturn. And we see a lot of overlapping properties, evolutionary pathways, and emission mechanisms. So because brown dwarfs are a lot easier to spot in the sky, that makes them very valuable analogs for exoplanet studies. Because I know James Webb has new exoplanets that it discovers every couple of weeks, but finding exoplanets is actually really, really challenging. So the way we usually do this is we look for them in the infrared. But the problem with the infrared is that cold objects are very, very faint. So up here, I have two examples of brown dwarfs, which are much brighter and much hotter than exoplanets typically are. And this one on the one side is nice and big and bright and easy to see because it's close to us. But the other one, the tiny little green blip there, if I hadn't colored it green, you probably wouldn't know which object there is actually a brown dwarf. So infrared is a real challenge to spot the exoplanets in, and it requires a lot of finagling. And so what my research does is it takes a completely different approach. Rather than looking for infrared emission, we look for radio emission. Now I'm not going to get into any of the specifics, but we look for a particular kind of radio emission that is highly circularly polarized. So as the radio wave travels towards us, it traces out circular patterns. And this is very unique. We don't see this from many objects in the sky. So this makes it a nice way for us to filter out all the other noise. We don't get any background contamination like we would in the infrared, making these objects easier to spot. And looking at this kind of emission also provides us a lot of information on the magnetic field of the object, which is something we can't directly probe. These things are very far away. We can't just send a space probe. It would take way too long and cost way too much. So my research takes data from the MICT telescope here in South Africa, and I search for all of these signals in that unexplored data. And when I say there is a lot of unexplored data, think thousands of terabytes of unexplored data. So we have the problem of way too much data, whereas other fields have way too little data. And I'll touch on that in a bit as well. So we also have a huge field of view to look for these things in. If you imagine this entire screen is the field of view of MICT, that tiny little Stellenbosch logo would be the field of view of James Webb. So that makes it much easier for us to search at large for these objects. So radio requires a lot of processing, and if you're interested in that, please chat to me afterwards. But basically, we pop it in a pipeline, we get calibrated data and a calibrated image out of it. So this is an example of one of those calibrated images. This is a total intensity image. So all the different possible polarizations we could get are in that image. Now, there's a lot of stuff going on in there. Every little dot is a star or a planet or a galaxy or a cluster of galaxies. And so we have to filter this one more time. Oopsie. So if we switch to just the circular polarization, that image is nearly empty. So busy image, pretty much nothing. So this is what we call a Stokes V image. And in this image, we have way fewer contaminants because there's so little in the sky that's highly circularly polarized. And coupled with a large search area, we can spot these objects a little bit more effectively than if we're looking for them in the infrared. The emission we're looking for is also time varying. So as the object rotates, it flashes us with bits of radio emission, and we can pick that out in our data. So we make use of a pipeline called the Transient Radio Observations for Newbies pipeline. And what this does is it takes tiny little snapshots throughout our data, and it makes an animation of what we saw in the sky. So anything that twinkles is something that we're interested in. And if we switch to just the circular polarization, that means we can pick out all of those brown dwarfs and exoplanets. Now, we had problems with just using this pipeline, so we developed our own in-house algorithm to search for these objects. The problem we were having with the pipeline is we were getting hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of false positives because there's a lot in the sky that twinkles. And we also have issues with identifying things that are calibration artifacts or actual sources. So that is an example of what a real source and a calibration artifact would look like. The real source is nice and compact and symmetrical, whereas the calibration artifact is very asymmetric and it kind of just looks like nonsense. So what our algorithm does is it searches for these sources spatially and then looks at their symmetry to weed out what is an artifact and what is an actual source. So asymmetric is bad, symmetric is good. And then once we've identified these sources, then we do any time analyses or further analyses that we need to do. And most of my PhD has been just developing this algorithm and processing huge amounts of data. And even after this, we still get tons of false positives because sometimes we get symmetric calibration artifacts. So this is where machine learning comes to the rescue. And we actually have an MSc student working on this problem exactly, weeding out all of these false positives, training a model on astronomical data to identify sources and classify them. And this is not something unique to astronomy. This is something many, many fields face. And because we have so much data, I would like you to think about using astronomical data for your research. So we have tons and tons of data, and many fields face the problem of not having enough data to train their models. But the underlying principles that we're using are pretty similar regardless of the field. So as an example, if we train for source detection on astronomical images, we can use that. We can use transfer learning to reconfigure that model to look for tumors in scans, because all we're looking for is little dark dots. So instead of bright spots, we're looking for dark spots.
Thank you, Kayla.
All right, and I'll leave you with that. Oh, no, let me leave you with that. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Any questions for Kayla? Twinkled out.
Twinkle out. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, is Stellenbosch University ready? No. Oh, you Stellenbosch. Okay. Stadio, sorry. Stadio ready? Okay, Stadio's ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. I probably doesn't look like a student anymore, but some of us started late in life, so I'm doing my best. I'm also going to talk about a completely different topic to you this afternoon because mine is about wine. So it is, I spent most of my life. Oh, I have to say, earlier today there was 2 people here from the University of Unisa. That's also where I originally got my degree. So I don't feel too far out. I at least have some companions in the scenario as far as my original university is concerned. Spending more than 30 years of my life until I retired in the wine industry, it taught me one thing. It taught me that our wine industry, and if there's anyone here that want to take me on this, I'm very happy to do that. We actually don't know how to deal business-wise within the wine industry. So over the years of experience that I've got out of the industry, I started to put together some bits and pieces until recently I got the opportunity to actually do my doctorate within this scenario. And it is about developing a business model, a dynamic business model that simulates every single thing that happens within the wine business. Now, it sounds sometimes that the wine industry is actually very easy. I mean, you pick grapes, you press it, you make wine, And I want to tell this little scenario for you because it's important to understand how people think about wine. We had, of one of the places I worked, we ran out of Cabernet Sauvignon in our tasting room. So a guy from Johannesburg drove in one afternoon and said he would like some Cabernet Sauvignon. We don't have, so sorry, long story short. He got in his car and he drove off. As he drove out, he drove past the tractor with some grapes on the back. It was harvest time. So he stopped the tractor driver and asked him, "What is that?" He says, "It's Cabernet, sir." He says, "Thank you." Turned around, came back to the tasting room. Asked the lady, "How long do you have to wait for getting his wine because they're coming in?" Now, unfortunately, that isn't that short. One of the challenges, let me move on. I'm not necessarily going to say what is on there because this is what this day is about. It's about AI and data and all of those wonderful things, but it's all relevant to what I'm doing. So, oh, now it doesn't want to work. Technical guys, it's not acting. Oh, there it's going now. Okay, now I need to go slightly back. I have. Okay, I'm going to carry on anyway. I'm going to tell you the story because that is more important. So the fourth industrial revolution scenario refers to integration of advanced technological into social, economic, and industrial systems. However, for IR is not only about technology. At its core, it is about transforming how organizations think, adapt, make decisions within increasingly complex environments. And I'm back to this complex environment of the wine scenario. Industries that survive in this future will those be capable of continuous learning, adaptive planning, sustainable integration, and intelligent strategic decision making. I'm going to shock you quickly with some information about the wine industry. Firstly, the good stuff. It's one of the country's most economically significant agricultural sectors. It contributes approximately 56 billion to the GDP, supports over 270,000 jobs, and plays a major role in exports and rural economic development. Yet, beneath this macroeconomic success lies a major structural crisis. WinPro, the body of the wine industry, calculates every year a net return on farm scenario. And only 12.4% of the producers in the wine industry are actually sustainable. 12.4%. I don't think you knew any of that. It is dramatically scary. At the same time, the industry faces climate change, rising operational cost, aging vineyards. Another fact, more than 56% of our grapes in South Africa, wine grapes, are older than their best production years, which means 20 years plus. More than 56%. Very little replanting happening at the moment. No. I want to get to something quickly. Can I move this thing? It's not going to happen. I want to show you the model that I want to develop, or that I'm developing.
I think it's this one, that's why.
No, it's not. It's mine. Yeah. Sorry, guys. That didn't work. Let me see if I can quickly speak about it. This is delayed action. I'm so sorry about that. What I've done, the model that I'm developing actually simulates every single step of what happens in the winemaking, from the vineyard, through the winery, through the markets, financials, everything. I can put in, I want to increase my sales by 2%, and it will give me exactly how much more grapes I must have, what must I plant, when I have to replace my next vineyard, etc. It is such an integrated scenario, and that's why it is so important within the world that we are for the fourth industrial revolution, or the 4.0 scenario, because it is absolutely critical and so interlinked to what we do that it is just exciting in where we are. And that is it. Questions? Yes. Over there.
Thank you, Prof, for that comprehensive presentation. I just want to understand how can then, for example, struggling vine or wineries or vineyards, how can they have access to that model? Is it already piloted? Is it already commercialized? For example, I know of I think it's Miami Winery in the Eastern Cape. The last time I engaged with them is that they had to transport their grapes to Cape Town for them to be processed and bottled. And if we have instruments like that, in my view, that it could be plug and play, and a matter of sourcing funding and obviously absorb students as to work in those fields from cultivation up to processing, marketing, and so how can wineries such as that benefit from this tech? Thank you.
Okay. There's 3 questions in that, so I will try and answer all of them. Firstly, the model is in the testing phase at the moment. So we are busy testing it with specific wineries to determine whether everything is working, etc., obviously. So that's where we are. I currently also lecture at the University of Cape Town's Business of Wine School, and in that I have a demo model that I actually utilize to teach students what to do within the wine business itself. So there's a demo model available for that purpose. And then the model should be ready by end of this year, the final phase of that. So it's very exciting, and I hope that we can make a huge difference within the wine industry with this, especially new young winemakers that's coming into the system. Because we train winemakers specifically to make wine. We have nothing in the industry teaches the wine people about the business of wine. So that is there's a big gap in that segment, and this model will actually support that sector. Thank you. Yes. Am I done? There's one more question. Can I take it?
Is it brief?
Yes.
Sorry, it's just adaptability. When you're speaking about the wine industry, the agri sector in this country can become the backbone of an economic catalyst, given the vast amount of land that's lying barren, right, arable land. How should, or is there a possibility for us to adapt this to other crops?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, at the moment, the model is specifically developed to address biological assets, which is everything that's planted, so fruit trees, anything in that category, it actually works for that as well. So the next phase, which we're already planning, is to actually extend that into the bigger agricultural. It's not for 1-year crops, etc., like that. These are for long-term investment scenarios because of the longevity of what you invest in. It's building a factory, and that's running the factory. So that's the scenario. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we are nearing the end of our program for today. We have 4 more universities. We'll keep it brief to our 7-minute segments. Cape Peninsula University of Technology.
Okay, greetings everyone. While they're still busy organizing the presentation, so in summary, actually let me just begin by introducing myself. My name is Themba Ngobeni. I'm a PhD student under the leadership of Dr. Kabaso. Okay, it looks like they're still busy, but however, what I can do, I'll just quickly give the summary of what I'm working on. So my title of my work is the development of a secure quantum-based signaling mobile communication model for 5G interconnect and roaming networks over IP exchange. So with that, somebody will be asking, how come am I looking at quantum security and what is quantum anyway? But I'll just phase it more around quantum communication, where it deals with, it's more of a secure information transmission. Okay, so quantum communication refers to secure information transmission that uses the principles of quantum mechanics with regards to quantum entanglement, superposition, as well as knot loading theorem that uses photons to code information, which makes it more theoretically secure when you are transferring information. So it uses quantum bits, or you can just say photons, to actually encode that information, which makes it fundamentally secure. So why is that secure? Is because it uses the laws of physics compared to the classical communication that uses mathematical complexity in order to secure the information. So we've created a model called quantum secure signaling model that will assist in securing 5G interconnect and roaming networks. So this is an interdisciplinary type of research that looks at 5G standalone architecture. It looks at cybersecurity, Internet of Things, as well as signaling within interconnect and roaming, as well as IP exchange. So with that, we create our model that looks around 5G with narrowband IoT. We look at traffic classification that uses both quantum and classical communication in terms of using the hybrid model. And we also look at the different type of, the new radio type of network, and we also look at the limitation of the area that we're looking at. It's OSI layer 1 and layer 2. So we're dealing with bits, zeros and ones. Also, we deal with layer 2, where we deal with either it will be the data frames or control frames or the normal user plane communication frames. So somebody might want to see where does this area that I'm talking about lies on. So that red area, I'm not sure if there's any thing to point, but yeah, you can see we've got that red area called 5G interconnect and roaming network with the signaling scenarios. And also we've got the IPX backbone that has got a secure edge protection proxy that goes through N32 interface. And we've got also the user plane function that goes through the N9 interface that actually deals with the roaming data. So all that around the N9 is what we normally call, some they call it the user plane, others they call it like the GPRS type of information going through there. So one of the things that we're trying to address with this structure is the signaling traffic classification around 5G with regards to standalone architecture for narrowband IoT traffic. And we also decided to limit it because we know that 5G on its own is very big. We've got 3 classes of services. That will be your enhanced mobile broadband. We've got ultra-low reliable, low latency communication network, and of course also the, it's called the massive machine type communication. And We've got the harvest now, decrypt later. That is a major issue currently all over the world, that based on the classical communication, people are currently harvesting your information, and we are not sure by when the actual capability will be there to now start decrypting that information. That will bring some of the major industries into serious problems. And lastly, around that is the billing and charging evolution. This is one of the new areas within the telecoms. They were using the TAP-based back in the days from 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, LTE, and then later they moved over to billing and charging from 4G, LTE, and the latest 5G non-standalone and the standalone technology. So these are the research approach that I've used, design science research, and then I've had 6 different phases that I applied. And now when it comes to commercialization, I'll only talk about the value proposition that looks at enhanced security of narrowband IoT, seamless 5G roaming, quantum encryption around signaling, advanced traffic classification, and then we've got all the different areas that the research actually looks at. So with regards to MICT, the area they'll be more interested in, as we know that most of the academic institution, it's all about knowledge. So which areas directly benefits the academic institution? It will be the minimizing of harvest now, decrypt later, the secure intercampus federated research, like your CENREN, TNET, and then the NICS infrastructure for high-level computing that is currently there. I'm sure the NRF and the rest, they are currently looking at that. And then the enabling of low-latency, high-trust collaboration using 5G, fiber, and quantum key distribution, and then building the 4IR aligned skills that I think it aligns with what actually MICT is all about. So what is this all about? It's not just a better security for universities, but it's a structural shift from that protects the academic enterprises going forward. So with that, I'll say thank you.
We have time for one question. One question.
Temba, thank you very much. Interesting field of study. I noticed that your study seems to be centered around 5G in particular. And obviously, South Africa, probably the rest of Africa, are basically still very much on 5G. They are yet to yield their benefits with regards to return on investment, whereas we currently see that the global north is already migrating to 6G. So in terms of time frame, is your study only going to focus only on 5G, or is it also going to look into what is happening within the 6G framework? You also talk about something that is very important when it comes to the solution that you're bringing forward, the billing and charging evolution, especially to deal with the fraud in telecommunication. You're only touching on the billing side of it, and another biggest challenge that we have is with regards to the SIM swap fraud. So I'm not sure if your study will also look into that and also provide a solution to that as well.
Okay, thank you for that interesting question. So let me just quickly say most of the work that I've done, it was through more of the learning from UKZN as early as 2010, and some of the work being done by Wits University across all their laboratories and all that. So I've been following them for a long time up to where I am currently. So with the knowledge that I currently have within telecommunications as an architect, one thing that I can say for now with regards to 5G, I only based it on 5G, but when you look at 5G as the core from the 3GPP, the guys who are behind 5G, and also with regards to the roaming side, where we've got the GSMA, that is the body that handles that area within the roaming, is that when they called it 5G, in a way, they were actually introducing something called the next generation networks. So when you look at the next generation networks, it's not all about 5G only. 5G is just the base. That's why they started with the non-standalone architecture with intercommunication with your 4G LTE, that is your long-term evolution. And based on our work, we know that even if you can say 6G or the latest that other countries are currently testing, like your 7.5G, it will also be already included. However, currently, the 5G that we currently have in South Africa, we're not yet even fully in .18. We're still around .17. There's still few areas until we reach .20 or .21 before we move over to 6G. So around that, what are we currently doing? So that's where the actual model comes in to protect that area. So with regards to the second question, you spoke about billing and charging evolution. When you look back based on the type of info that is giving issues currently, because you go anywhere in the black market, you can actually be able to track or trace almost everyone who's here. You'll be able to know who's sitting next to who, what's happening across all the different stuff. But we're not into that for now. With regards to your SIM, it's a different technology on its own, but when we actually conceptualized our solution, there is an area that looks at SIM, but now not just as a normal physical SIM, even though we might still use the physical SIM, but there is a quantum enhanced type of solution that will be used in the actual SIM, and then even when you visualize it, the specific encoding that will be used so that once information is being communicated, anyone who tries to either eavesdrop or to harvest and all that, they might not really get any useful information. Thank you.
Okay, next we have University of South Africa.
Afternoon, everyone. I am Andiswa, a student from UNISA. I am privileged because I've got my supervisor here, Prof. Patlana, who is one of the newly introduced chairperson for the research. My study is about inequality. As I am observing here, my study has been proven already that the inequality still exists. We still have men who will make decisions on behalf of women because women are not represented. What my study is about is trying to develop a framework, an AI framework, that will be able to not only detect but to prevent gender inequality. As I've heard the presenters when they were presenting about their newly ideas, my wondering is that will women be there, will they be present into making decisions that will not only accommodate men, but will be able to accommodate women? Because if men are only the ones with the voice, that means the voice of the women will continue being suppressed. The study is trying to examine the existing frameworks, which are traditional, which are only policy-based. Those are policies which are already made by men. So it is trying to examine how are those policies trying to address the inequality. It is also investigating the barriers that are preventing public sector from using AI-based solutions. I'm not gonna read all the the objectives. The study will be using a feminist theory. The feminist theory is about examining how technology, especially in AI, is created and how is it used to justify the socio-political system. It is also one to analyze how gender social interaction both influence and are being influenced by science. The study believes that the technology is not objective, but rather it is subjective. As we understand that AI is not without fault, obviously there are challenges that revolve around AI, and one of the main challenges that revolve them is that it has got It has got the capability that it can perpetuate the already existing inequality. Therefore, when the AI is when it is employed, if it is not done so in a good manner, it can perpetuate the already existing inequality. And also there is an ethical concern regarding the AI, which is transparency and accountability, and fairness and equality treatment. And also it may violate the human rights. It has got that ability if it is not done rightly. The feminist framework is that its advantage is that it is inclusive. It does not only look at the women, the gender inequality, but also it looks at the races as well as the people that are physically impaired. It also looks into that. And also social construction of technology. As I've said already, that technology is shaped by culture and people, and not just mere by its design. Ethics and social justice. This framework, it seeks to move beyond mere compliance. It does not just want to tick the box that equality is looked into, but it rather wants to be proactive before inequality is detected. The analytic framework of the study is that it is based on the emerging technology. It focuses on how institutional and structural gender the study will use the government as the study case. It will use the road accident fund. The reason for choosing a government is that government, they are the custodians of these policies. They are the ones that need to ensure that women's voice is heard. We are now past 30 years, but we're still yet to see a president who is a woman. Thank you.
Any questions?
No.
Any questions? No. Okay. Okay, last but not least, the University of Limpopo.
Good day, everyone. I know that probably at this point, most of us are exhausted, so I'm going to try to be very brief. My name is Zenzele Malale. I'm from the University of Limpopo. I'm under the supervision of Professor Velempini. Before I can begin with my presentation, I'd like to take a moment and express my gratitude to MICT for the opportunity that they're giving us. We are grateful for opening doors for us. We wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for you, so we are grateful. So my study, sorry. I think I moved too fast. Yeah, so my study is under the topic, the design of a hybrid defense mechanism to mitigate the sinkhole attack in cognitive wireless sensor network. Okay, this is not moving. All right. Wireless sensor network, they are known as sensor nodes that sense the environment, collect data, and communicate through wireless links to gateways or base stations. So these networks, they normally use different applications where monitoring and communications are essential. However, traditional networks, they are prone to they mainly use unlicensed spectrum bands due to the increasing number of wireless communications devices. And these spectrum bands, they have become overcrowded and leading communication interference and reducing network performance. To address this challenge, cognitive wireless sensor networks was introduced. So this led to the development of cognitive wireless sensor networks, which is also known as CYSNs. All right, so because of their adaptability and efficiency, they're widely used in applications such as environmental monitoring, military surveillance, healthcare systems, disaster management, and smart agriculture, where reliable communication is very essential. All right, so CYNs, they allow both primary users to access the network. So they allow primary users and secondary users to access the network. So primary users, they are allowed to access the network opportunistically. So by so doing, they enable or open doors for malicious attack. The other attacks that are prone to the CYNs, they are the sinkhole attack, denial of service attack, wormhole attacks, and selective attacks. This study is going to focus basically on the sinkhole attack. So what is a sinkhole attack? A sinkhole attack is one of the most harmful attacks in cognitive wireless sensor network. So in this attack, a malicious node will advertise itself as having the best and the shortest route to the base station. And by so doing, with the aim of attracting the surrounding nodes to direct traffic to itself, with the intention of whether to either drop the packets or modify the transmitted data, or rather to delay the communication within the network. So this negatively affects the importance of the network performance factors such as your packet delivery, your reliability, your throughput, and the overall communication efficiency. Several studies have been explored in our literature. We've listed a few. So there are studies where we were looking into the anomaly-based intrusion detection, we've found out that in the anomaly-based intrusion detection system, they normally look at their scheme. The authors that were looking into these studies, they proposed schemes where they were using a message digest algorithm and together with the one-way hash chain to detect the single attack. And their approach was mainly focusing on detecting the known attacks. So their approach focused on maintaining data integrity by using trustworthy routing path, and also using metrics such as success rate, false positive rate, and false negative rate. However, one of their main challenge was when schemes were producing high false positive rates. Normally, in most of the literature that we have reviewed, most of the anomaly-based schemes, they were producing high false positive rates. Okay, so we've also explored some signature-based intrusion detection scheme, and with this one, we've also saw that they were having, the scheme was limited in detecting new or unknown modified attacks. We've also looked into hybrid schemes, which leads us to our model. So our model, we're designing and evaluating a hybrid IDS for mitigating the sinkhole attack, where we're now integrating the anomaly and the signature-based intrusion detection schemes, since we've seen that if the schemes were implemented separately, we saw that there were a number of high false positive rates, and with the integration of the two schemes, it will make sure that we detect the sinkhole attack. So we are integrating the normally-based detection scheme in the local network, and then also gonna integrating both anomaly and signature on the base station. Yes, so we've got some, okay, I wanted to play this, but yeah. All right, we've also simulated our network. Yeah, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No more questions? No questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have reached the MOU signing. So partnerships remain at the heart of innovation and sustainable growth. Today's MOU signing symbolizes a shared commitment towards collaboration, innovation, research advancement, and creating opportunities within the evolving 4IR landscape. Please join me as we witness the official MOU signing with Collective X. I would like to welcome the CEO of Collective X and the CEO of MICT SETA, along with the witnesses, to the stage for the official MOU signing. Okay, I'd like to apologize. Before we do the signing, we are going to give DUT an opportunity to present. Yes, you may come up. I'm not sure how much they're going to see from the signage now.
Okay, I will remove it. I will remove it.
It's a video, yeah? Yes, it's a video. I did quickly.
Okay.
Second line, first line. Can you stop and I'll tell that when to play? Okay. Very good.
I'll be quick, colleagues. So my name is Fanny Ndlovu. I work at Durban University of Technology as a fire technician and a researcher. So I'm going to share some of the projects that we have done. So the approach that we use at Durban University of Technology under Prof. Ulo, it's called EPIP, Engineering Practice Innovation Project. So this method, how it works is, you build first, then you start to build research out of it. So this is one project that came out of it. What I'll do, I'll play, then after that I explain how we were able to come up with that project. So can you please play? So this project that you're going to see here, it's trying to bridge the lack of skills development between accounting and the practicality. If you take an accounting student and put him to say, like, can you please do an auditing in a warehouse, they are not going to be able to do it. Go and do asset tracking or go and asset verification. They are not going to know how to do that process. So through VR, we are able to address that. Also, if you are going to use the method like WHEEL, work integrated learning, it's very expensive and it's time consuming. Not all workers who are going to absorb, let's say you have 200 learners, but with VR, you can take that the environment and incorporate it to train accounting students. So can you please play the video quickly? So if you can see here, this is stage one where they go. They assign people into the warehouse. Then after they assign, so as they tick there, it's keeping the marks. So by the time they are done in the environment, they are already got the marks. So this exercise, they used to do it on the paper. Here, this is stage where they check, is this box damaged, expired, or it's okay? Then here it's expired. So these are actual marks that goes back into the system. And by the time they are done, they will be getting their marks. A lecture doesn't even need to mark. So thank you. You can stop the video so that I can take the last minute getting it done. So how do we develop this? We are trying to address the lack of practical skills in accountancy. So instead of students going to WHEEL, they are going to go into the VR. And what we're doing this week, we're supposed to collect the data. What we are collecting, we use the EPIP parameters or dimension like experience, practicality, then we are going to analyze those data. So this is the design science methodology that we are using in EPIP. Build something, then after building it, create the research out of it. Thank you so much.
Can I call on the CEO of Collective X and MICT SETA for the signing, as well as the witnesses, please?
Miss Koneka Sopa.
Just a 1 minute or less remark, and thanks very much for everyone. This is in the main or primarily to strengthen and foster that commitment of ensuring that we continue to find these strategic partners and collaborate with them as the industry players, because we acknowledge as SETAs that our mandate is too huge. If we think we can achieve it with academia alone and without the industry, we'll never get it right. So we need the industry much closer for more network and deepened access into more opportunities within the industry for your work integrated learning, your internships, but also more funding for our emerging startups so that we do more, even into the issues that you saw what academia is doing. Commercialization at the end of the day and scalability is what will determine whether we are coming or going and our sustained growth. You'll see as we move forward, there will be more partners coming to the fore. Even tomorrow, I think we'll be signing another MOU. Is just to ensure that deliberate intention of bringing the industry much closer to our operations so that we do far more than we have done. Thank you very much, colleagues.
I'll keep it brief because I know we're standing between home and dinner, I'm sure. But just listening to this last session, I think everyone will agree with me that the youth of this country are arguably our greatest asset. And those are some brilliant minds. But the truth of the matter is that we need many, many, many more brilliant minds for the scale of jobs that we need to fill in digital and ICT. And so we're very excited by our partnership with MICT SETA and look forward to working together to solve that problem. And thank you for being here to witness this important moment.
At least the board of MICT is here. I won't go to Madlanga alone if there's anything contrary.
They witnessed, we not witnessed.
were closing remarks.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. So as we conclude day 2 of the 4IR Symposium and Expo 2026, we reflect on the powerful discussion shared today and around research, commercialization, entrepreneurship, innovation, and collaboration. Today reminded us that future of the 4th industrial revolution depends not only on technology, but also on partnerships, inclusive innovation, and empowering emerging researchers and entrepreneurs. Thank you to all our speakers, delegates, students, organizers, and partners for contributing to today's success. We look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow as we continue the conversation under the theme of skills, industry, and inclusive growth. My name is Donna France. I am a work-integrated learning lecturer at PhD candidate at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, and it was an absolute pleasure being your host program director today.